You good, Les? Good morning, everyone. Call the meeting to order. The agenda. Any additions or deletions? Tarlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to request to move submitted petition to new biz 913. And then 11.4 would be a verbal update on the AUC application with the City of Medicine Hat substation. So that would be an update. And then 11.5 would be regional landfill update.
Yeah. 11.5 was landfill. What was 11.4?
An update for the City of Medicine Hat substation AUC application. Yeah, so 11.4, move that to 913. And then, do I have you totally confused yet?
Yes, why so confusing?
It's just for you, Shane. All right. Any questions on that? Not seeing any. Lloyd's going to move the agenda with the additions. Vote. Boy, I got too much going on all of a sudden here. I'm confused. That's carried. Minutes from last meeting. Robin, do you want to move them? Any questions on them? Vote. That's carried. What are we on to? 3.1?
5.1?
5.1, sorry.
Yeah, all good. Bylaw 2023-02 land use amendments on page 22, I believe. It is the recommended motion that council move first reading of bylaw 2023-02. Is it 02 or is it, did I mess that up? I think it's 02, sorry. It is in the background. It's Dave and Patty. They have submitted an application to reclassify 7 acres from ag to country residential, and this is first reading. Subsequent to that, there will be a public hearing, and then second and third reading.
Okay, Dustin's moving that. Not till the public hearing. Nice try.
And then Becky gets to.
Do you have a question, Rick? Dustin already moved it. Okay, questions on it? Vote. Carried. 5.2, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bylaw 2023-06, fire services. The recommended motion is to approve all 3 readings. There is background information and the changes to the proposed changes to the bylaw. One of the significant changes is the recommendation to allow recreational fires in a total fire ban. They would be under the parameters of that's listed in here, but the pit would be no more than 3 feet across. It would be more than 10 feet away from a combustible building. All the similar criteria that is in an urban setting. Jeffrey, is there anything further to that?
No, and I think the only other comment I would make, I guess, is that there is a provision in there for when the fire ban does go into effect, that under Section 10, fire restrictions and fire bans, that generally it affects most of Cypress County. However, there is the option that if the Chief Administrative Officer and the Emergency Services Coordinator would like to designate just a certain portion of the county where the fire ban would take effect and be applied to, then they have that provision to do so. The previous fire services bylaw did not give the authority to do that, so we thought it would be best to build that in. Whether it's ever utilized or not, I guess would be at the discretion of the Chief Administrative Officer and the Emergency Services Coordinator.
Shane?
So on the there, I'd like to make the motion of, as amended. Because I'd like,
We got to move first.
okay, move first.
Okay,
First.
vote. I thought you were making a motion.
Okay, now can I,
I need a motion for second.
I'll make motion for second and allow my friend down the road to speak.
okay, on page 46, under fire watch. And it has to do with mowing, and I'd like to maybe have it, we got some slack, I did anyways, of us mowing the grass in the fall after a bit of snow, and the still falling with the water truck behind, and there's snow on the ground, you know, when we're trying to catch up. And even, you know, after some heavy rains, we're still falling. I wonder if we should have it that the fire chief and public works communicate when we need them, fire watch behind the mowers, because we don't need it. It's a waste of money, and I hate wasting money. When they're falling it after we had a light snow and there's snow on the ground and we're trying to catch up in the fall, but under this, as it reads, it's their policy that they have to be there. So I would like to make a friendly amendment to it that the fire chief and public works can deem at times that we don't have to do it.
Jeffrey?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Just for clarity to Councillor Hawk, so section 15.4 under Fire Watch says, an exception may be made upon further consultation between the Chief Administrative Officer of the Emergency Services Coordinator and the Director of Public Works and Director of Municipal Services that a fire suppression unit may not be required to follow mowers as a fire watch in consideration of the conditions at that time. So that doesn't address the concerns you have?
Well, when you read 15.1, county mowers shall always have fire suppression units. So we're contradicting here. So, just a wording or whatever, I mean, it's,
Maybe I'll defer to Terrell Lynn to kind of maybe wordsmith or provide further, I don't know,
So
clarity on that.
So what we could do is on that, where it says you shall, with the exception of 15.4.
and 15.1 and 15.2 read the same, shall always. So that's,
Shall always, yeah.
so we're
And
saying
then-
always, but then we're saying not. So we're sort of contradicting it.
Sorry, and I think, if I could, Mr. Reeve, I think 15.1 and 15.2 are the exact same, so we just need to delete one of those two.
Yeah,
One's contractor, contractor work.
we could put county and contract.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, sorry, my mistake on that, yeah. Okay.
And then you could put provisions like subject, unless subject to 15.4.
Okay.
Just so it refers to, like, on the, like, 15.1 and 15.2, does that make sense, guys? To have, referring to the following? Because you're identifying that you need to have them unless we get a foot of snow, it melts, and we decide to mow.
Yeah, and I mean, I've seen it where we've had light snow and then we're catching up in the fall, and people are saying, why are you wasting taxpayers' money with that truck falling?
Yep. Yep. No, that's totally cool.
Okay, so we're clear on that adjustment?
Subject to, that's how I'd word it.
Blaine?
Yeah, I want to, under section 2 with the in-ground base consisting of sand, gravel, that's an open fire we're talking about?
What page are you on?
28. 28. It's in both of them. Either or.
Sorry, what was the question again?
So, yeah, it's in the
these fire-
definition section is what you're referring to?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, where it says with an in-ground base consisting of sand, gravel, or concrete, it's intended for a recreational fire pit that would be contained within, like, whether you had bricks around it or metal or some kind of a containment. But yeah,
It's still an open fire though, right?
Open fire pit.
I guess in the terms, like, it's not just a bonfire in the middle of the pasture or something. It would be like a recreational fire pit that somebody would have in their backyard or on their acreage. It would be not just let's have a fire on the ground. It's within a fire pit that's been constructed.
I get that, but in a fire ban, I think that's fairly in a fire ban, I still think that's pretty risky. I would prefer not to have that in there unless it was those potable ones or whatever that are in on propane and stuff like that. I'm not a fan of this open fire in a fire ban. Don't matter, because you could be out in the acreage somewhere and I mean, a spark or two get away, and if they're not put out properly, it still scares me.
So, Michelle?
Just kind of on your topic. When I read this, it said that there's very few fires caused from fire pits in there. And I know personally, for the ratepayers in my area, that's really, really horrible when we get a fire ban. And, well, why can't we use our fire pits, right? Like, I'm kind of thrilled with it, actually. But it has to be in a controlled pit with a cover on it, just, like everything else that you have.
Dustin?
I think it leaves it way too vague, to be honest. Like, I'm fine with the additions of the gravel basin and whatever around it. That's a really good idea. But I'm not a fan of having recreational fires during a fire ban. It leaves way too much open. Just being a guy who's burnt his yard down, not in a fire ban from a fire pit, I'm kind of a little leery of it, because it can get away from me and you don't even realize it's happening until it's going. And it's anything from the fuzz off the trees and the way it goes. I'm not a fan. I prefer to leave that out. When we're in a fire ban, it's drier than dry outside. And, in my area, it's fairly green because we're fairly irrigated, but it's a lot different throughout the rest of the county. And it leaves it open to our parks. It makes us too susceptible, and I don't care for it. I kind of always follow when forestry goes into a fire ban in provincial parks. Usually we should be doing the same, because that means it's tinder dry outside and they don't allow fires for a reason.
Michelle?
Well, I've seen it where Elkwater can still have fires, and we're in a fire ban all the way around it, but they can still have recreational fires, so how come I can't in my backyard?
Lloyd?
Well, yeah, Elkwater is provincial government, right? So they make their rules. Exactly. But the other thing too, they have fire crews and a helicopter on standby. We don't have a helicopter. And I'm not a fan of open fires when it's a fire ban on.
Keith?
Well, I know that I enjoy a fire in my backyard, and I've taken this up with former fire chiefs because I like to have company out and I like to have a little fire in the backyard. Mind you, when I do have a fire, I have my garden hose within 5 feet of the fire pit. It's contained. It meets all the specifications of what you have here, and I'm very careful of the ground around it, that we keep it damp so it doesn't. The thing that I have no control over is somebody who abuses it, and that's what we face as a fire department. It's not that I disagree with what you have here, because I like a fire, I like fireworks, I like the whole 9 yards. But and anybody who asks me, I say this is what you have to do because this is where we live, and you're accepting some liability if you don't take care of it. And as always, the guy that is very cognizant of what he's doing, you don't have to worry about him. It's the guy that's careless. And unfortunately, that's why we have rules. So I'm kind of torn on this one. I like the idea, but I've seen the abuse of it. So I just have to weigh that on my mind for the next few minutes.
Dustin? Oh, Dustin and then Jeffrey.
Jason, would you be able to explain to us what conditions have to be met for us to go from a restriction into a ban?
We look at the provincial data about the moisture content in the ground, what's going on around us, and then we make that decision. So this year, we had a pretty good moisture content in the spring, and we actually didn't have a fire ban come into effect until after August long weekend, right? So we followed, weekly, daily, the provincial forecast that Alberta Wildfire puts out for moisture content and fire bans as they move along the province.
And if I could, Mr. Reeve, the other thing that I'll add to that is that we do consult with the district or the fire chiefs at the various stations to get a feel and a sense of what their conditions are in their areas as well as part of that decision making.
So what I'm alluding to with that is when we go into a full fire ban, we're evaluating that fine fuel moisture content, we're evaluating the initial spread index. And I'm not sure if I want to go into the great detail of this, but essentially what we're looking at in that is at what point is it dry enough that when all the conditions meet up, essentially your crossover, it's 30 winds, 30 degrees, and 30 degrees relative humidity. And when you get that, like you wear corduroy pants out in the grass and it starts on fire. That's that point. That's what we're evaluating when we're when we go into a fire ban. So are we going to open up to allowing recreational fires when those are the conditions? That's really what we're looking at here.
Robin?
Are we differentiating between the hamlets and the rest of the county, or is this all falling under one policy as well? When I look at, what Michelle's bringing up, or say with Dunmore, if you've got a bunch of people that are irrigating their yards and the lawns are semi-green, I'm just curious whether or not that applies to the same as, I can see at my place there are times where fires are allowed, but if the wind picks up or you get a batch of wood that's popping off sparks, I'm always paranoid because I can see that sucker traveling in the night and you're going, where is it going to land and when is it going to kick up? So I'm just curious if this applies right across the map or if this is specific to non-hamlet or hamlet or everybody.
Jason?
Yeah, the intent was to have it for the entire county. The other thing, I thought about this I heard about a lot of ratepayers about both ways of this, about why they don't want it or why they want it. And what we're trying to do is accommodate everybody. And the biggest, I was late, my apologies, was the intent to allow people to have small recreational fires throughout the year. Our summers are short, we have long winters. We want people to be enjoyable, and we want to make bylaws where people can abide by the rules. I think we all can admit there's people probably have fires, good people that are having fires that are kind of breaking the law as we are now. No data suggests that we've had an odor control fire by a small recreational fire. Typically, a recreational fire are in backyards, not close to crops or fields. Typically, they're kind of like around a greener space, close to a house, outside, backyards, not in the middle of a field. Now, obviously, down towards 1-4, where there's leased land, grazing land, during a fire restriction, that is public land, but people need permission to go onto that land. So they still can't have fires down there, or they can't gain access to that land because they need permission from the leaseholders during that. So I thought about that kind of thing as well, and how we can protect, leased land and that is by when the fire ban comes in effect and they need permission to gain access on those lands. So this is really intent is for backyard fires, small recreational fires, 36 inches or less in diameter. And typically, most times people have recreational fires such as propane pits, that kind of thing. That's what we're really hoping for. But people do have small wood fires, which still have not, any of our data messages, we have had large fires because of that. And the rules and regulations, we kind of mimicked off of our fire ban about, responsibilities, things they need to do to follow to make sure that it is done safely.
Blaine?
I just really think we're contradicting ourselves with this fire ban bylaw, and I really think it opens up a big gray area, permitting some fires, some not, some here, some there. I mean, I am fully against this.
Shane?
Is there any way, I'm like Keith, I'm torn on this, but to state backyard fires, because the way it is, it does leave it open more. But if, if we're talking backyard recreational fire, and I agree with you, I mean, most backyards are lawns and trees and shrubs and water there, but that would maybe control it a bit. But this here, there's no, I mean, I know what you're talking, Blaine, but we got a lot of people in hamlets that like to have it. Me, when it's dry, I won't have one no matter what, fire ban or whatever, because I don't want to burn down the rest of my place or my grass. But acreage, I mean, yeah, it's I don't know, if it says backyard recreational fires, I don't know.
Michelle?
I agree with Shane. I like that, a backyard fire, because this does, I mean, if anybody's got a truck, they can throw a 36-inch fire pit on and go out in the middle of nowhere and have a fire. So I like the idea of the backyard thing on this. And yeah, I still think that you're right. I mean, you are going to have those people out there who are going to abuse the system, but that doesn't matter what rule you set out, they're going to do that anyhow. Whereas most people, like Shane said, we've grown up here. Most people who live here know what the community is like, or know what the, driedness does, so they aren't going to have a fire. But this kind of, when the conditions are right, you can go in your backyard. But I do like the idea of adding backyard to that.
Jeffrey?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. So, by the sounds of it, I think there's still some work to be done on the bylaw, perhaps. And so, my and obviously there's certain things in the bylaw that council seems to be okay with, because we haven't talked about some of those other issues. So perhaps the motion could be to direct administration to bring back further amendments to the bylaw for further consideration of council at whether it's the next meeting or in March or at an upcoming meeting, and then further debate and discussion can happen, and that would also include the amendments that we discussed, particular to, I guess it would be section 15.1 and 15.2 and 15.4 in terms of the fire watch and the fire guardian. And so maybe that would be the preferred motion. So rather than defeat the bylaw, administration could bring back further amendments.
Dustin?
Another thing that actually bothers me a little bit too, you're looking to allow recreational fires with essentially no spark arrestion on it, but yet we don't allow incinerators in a fire ban. So you're telling me I can have a fire pit on my lawn and with sparks flying in the air off my dry old wood I'm burning, but I can't burn my incinerator that sits on gravel that has a spark arrestor in it. And that kind of bugs me. And another thing that bugs me about this too, and I sit and I think about within the hamlets, and sure, it'll probably never cause an issue within there. But I look out at, I'm just going to pick on the acreages south of Dunmore because they're the easiest example. They don't have any supplied water. They're either on well water or they're hauling water into them. There's big groups of them, and they back onto thousands and thousands of acres of grass. And one stray spark that comes out of that, and I'm not going to pick on acreage people here, but I have to, is they always don't understand what fire risk is. And it really concerns me, and it opens us up to a whole pile of liability I really don't think we need to take on. This really, really bugs me, guys. So,
Keith?
I don't think the issue is black and white, and I appreciate everybody's comments. It's given me certainly some points of view to consider that I hadn't thought of, so thank you all.
Well, I'm going to add one thing to it. It's I like the idea of having it controlled, because no matter what we sit here and say, people have the fire pits in their backyard. You can walk through Dunmore on the walking path any given night and you're going to smell a fire pit somewhere. At least with having it in the bylaw, you can have the control of the size, you can have some areas in place that will mitigate those risks of what he's trying to put through. So there is a need for it because they're going to do it anyhow. At least you can control it. Dustin?
You know, and going on to that point, I look at the city of Medicine Hat where they allow that, and during a fire ban, you can have a fire in your backyard. It's not a problem, but they have an inspection process in place. You have to apply for a permit to have and it's a 24-inch fire pit within the city of Medicine Hat. So unless you want to get into that point of inspection and permitting for fire pits, which, you know, so someone phones in a fire in a fire ban, and you show up to a guy's place and he has a 37-inch fire pit, we're writing him a fine at that point. Is that where we're going with this? Because if you want to have control and you want to have it written down, you have to go all the way or you don't go anyway.
Okay, so we need a motion to postpone this for staff to bring back. Lloyd is doing that motion.
Mr. Reeve, I do have one question.
Yep.
Would it be a compromise if we could do like just propane or like not have wood burning, like have a natural gas propane fire pits? Would that, because what we're trying, you know, I'm open to interpretation or flexibility, right? But, you know, I thought open flame might be the best way, but we could maybe even amend it even more to have an approved purchase propane or natural gas fire pit versus wood burning, which would avoid the embers and that kind of thing.
So what we'll do, we'll take it back administratively, and we will discuss it and bring back some recommendations. So I think we understand the direction from the discussion of council.
No, I have a motion. No, they know what they're bringing back, so let them revamp it and.
There's some work that needs to be done on the bylaw. Yep.
Okay, a motion on it for staff to bring it back. That overrules the second, or am I just postponing second to bring it
Postponing
back?
second until,
Yeah. So Lloyd's postponing, asking to postpone second to bring back for more information. Okay. Vote. Six point one, Tara-Lynn?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. January 2023 operating on page 50. The recommended motion that council receive the January 2023 operating financial update as information. Is there any questions?
Anybody? Anybody but Shane?
I was going to move it, but then I thought, oh, Shane's got it.
Mr. Hawk, would you like to move this?
Yeah, I'm not gonna quit. Page 65. Oh, nobody's here from Public Works.
Nope,
Can't ask them. Where in the heck are they?
they're out doing a job today.
ISL Engineering Land and Services, Schuler Detailed Design,
Yeah, for the sewer lift.
sewer lift.
For ISL's doing the sewer lift, the main line in Schuler and Irvin.
That was in the budget, wasn't it? Yeah, we approved that.
Okay. So it'd be one of them for Irvin, because I mean, it's 40,000 just for engineering in Schuler alone.
It's a $1.2 million project.
I know, give or 10, 30%, but Okay, no, I forgot about that. It just says Schuler detailed design, so I was just curious on that.
Detailed design for the sewer lift. Yep.
Any other questions? Blaine, go ahead.
I guess I just was curious, how many tons did we crush at the Stony Hill pit? I see Kim's not here, or,
No.
so is anybody available to answer that?
Yeah, can you pull it up? Yeah. Yeah. Was it 35 planned? Yeah. It was 30, I think the plan was 35, but I don't know if the whole contract was fulfilled. Because they had problems. Yep.
Any other questions? Are you okay if he brings it up after we pass this? Okay. Okay, if there's no other questions, I'll ask for the vote. Travis will bring that answer back after. Vote. That's carried. 6.2, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 78, reserve transfer, the recommended motion that council direct administration to allocate an additional $1.750 million from the 2022 unrestricted surplus account as follows. Building replacement fund, $482,322. Waste management reserve fund, $663,114. Infrastructure construction reserve fund, $604,564. On page 79 talks about the justification and sharing the rationale why those three reserves to have an increase of allocation.
Okay, Michelle's making that motion. Any questions on it? Not seeing any. Vote. That's carried. CAO report, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you on page 81 is the CAO report. The recommended motion that is council approve the admin report as presented. Is there any questions?
Shane?
Well, I look back onto the other previous meetings in this one, it doesn't show that anybody from our staff attended the Alberta Sand and Gravel Convention. And I really wish we would, because you learn a lot there of new regulations and everything that's going on since we're starting to own our own. You know, new stuff in reclamation and new rules and regulations, because I know there was talk at the last one here in January that got updated, where the Alberta Sand and Gravel is maybe looking at retaining some of that capital. Maybe an M mic on.
Michelle, well spoke.
I do have a question. It says that there are capital project meetings for the Sandy Point Playground. Is there any chance it's going to be there by summertime, by the time the campground's open?
So working with Blue Imp for the playground, implementation of the playground equipment, we're looking at middle of July.
Okay, well, at least there's still camping season left.
Yep,
That was a point of contention last year.
yep,
There was no campground.
yep, yeah. No, we're in the queue with Zach with Blue Imp.
Okay, thank you. Like I said, I was just curious because, you know, that's kind of far out there, that campground, and right now the community uses it, but they use it with their families, and if there's nothing there for their kids to do, they're gonna stop using it, and I think that would be a waste of putting all that money in there for the boat launch and everything else if we don't have a playground.
Yeah, there's $100,000 in the budget, and so I'm working with Zach to do the playground equipment in the current footprint, because it is in our property, so we need to be very cognizant of that, because that's Alberta environment. And so a lovely playground that can be added on to in the future.
Perfect, thank you.
Any other questions? Not seeing any other questions. Shane moves the report. Vote. It's carried. Reeve and council reports, mine is there if there's any questions. Otherwise, we'll start with Keith.
Actually don't have too much to report. Just went to the premier's thing last night. Other than that, it was just regular council stuff.
Shane?
Oh, had a Highway 320 meeting. Had, did the Brownlee. Yeah, did the Brownlee. Shh, weren't supposed to bring that up. Okay. I come in a week early for the Highway 320, couldn't get my computer to work, and then I re-looked and it was the following Friday. So I had the wrong day. Okay, I was gonna keep that under there. Brownlee seminar, attended that. What else? We had a ag service board meeting, a little one. And yeah, that's about it.
What about the key for Red?
Oh, and we had the landfill meeting too, which I'll be updating everybody a little later.
What about the key for Red Cliff?
The key. Oh, that was no business.
Blaine?
Fairly slow month or a couple weeks. Of course, had the February 7th council meeting. On the 13th, had a Urban Ag Society meeting. Things are going really good down there. The curling is really strong due to the closing of the Medicine Hat one. There's lots of curling events going on down there right now. Concession in the lounge had a super January with all the hockey tournaments and stuff there. The manager's going to take a bit of a different approach. He's got some health issues, back issues, so they're hoping to hire another young fella underneath him, and he's going to be more on a, I guess, manager approach. So, but still sounds pretty positive. Things are going very well down there. And on the 16th, had a Cypress County Library Board meeting. Also talked with the urban resident about some concerns of some neighbors' messy yards. Other than that, that was it.
Gallo on February 10th. They had a really good turnout as per usual. They raised pretty decent funds once again. I can't remember the exact number, but as always, they do a good job. The 15th, I attended a meeting for the Connect business model that we're working on with the internet provider. Also that day, I attended an Alberta Grazing Lease Association meeting. Big one of the highlights that they brought out of that is they're looking for some control over county unimproved road allowances within larger pastures. So I had a talk with Kyle Forbes that day, and he is actually going to bring that to the ASB at a future meeting, and we'll come from there and see where it goes. Had a 7-persons hall meeting last night. They got a few things they're going to take and bring forward at rec funding time. And then also, I got some other commitments that came up unexpectedly here tonight. I was supposed to attend a meeting for the Medicine Hat Paddling Club. It's a meeting about safe use of waterways within the county, in particular pertaining to 7 Persons Creek. They I know there's a safe entrance they consider is off of the Desert Bloom Golf Course, and they wanted a member of the county to be in attendance with it. I know they've got several from the city of Medicine Hat and everything else. So is anybody able to go to that? Because I'm unable to. It's today at 7 o'clock at the Cypress Club.
Les?
Yeah, so they reached out to us and I said that somebody would attend. I asked them if there was, I believe it's at the Cypress Club, isn't it? Yes. And I asked if there was a virtual option and nobody got back to me.
Yeah, so Ken Murdoch actually got a hold of me a couple days ago, and I was planning actually to attend it, but I can't tonight. So if someone else is able to do that, that'd be great, I guess.
I'm tied up tonight, but anybody got a free moment for that tonight?
Anybody want to go for a beer at the Cypress Club?
Mr. Chairman, if no one is able to attend on council, Les Land would be willing to attend on your behalf.
Okay. Thank you, Leslie Ann. You're done?
Yep.
Richard?
February 9th, I attended a municipal law course put on by Brownlee in Calgary. The 16th, I attended a drone conference at the college. We had some employees there, Beth and Lisa and Braden were there, and one of the speakers who focuses on drones for agriculture had a conversation with him, and I think Lisa did too, and so Lisa's going to work on getting him to come down to do a presentation perhaps later in the fall. It's amazing the direction that drones are used for agriculture, just more than just taking pictures of the farmer standing out in the wheat field. It's pretty amazing, right? So, and there you are. I was looking at my notes. Sorry. You'll probably you're going to add to that. In the evening, then I attended a Cypress County Library Board meeting. We had it here, and yes, about 4 months ago, I went to the trouble of signing up for the Redcliffe post office, so we didn't have to go to the Suffield post office. And I handed a certain counselor a key and said, would you please pass this on? And so when we had our meeting that night, we're going, well, isn't this great that the mail is now in Redcliffe instead of Suffield? And there was, what? Anyway, he found it in his briefcase, and so I think Shane's, well, we're going to work him on that one for a while. And then last night, yes, Seven Persons Community Association, they hadn't had a meeting in quite a while, so Dustin and I talked to them about the direction they want to go and how we can help them, so that's it.
Mine is in there, but there's a spelling, my name's spelled wrong. And the only other thing is we had an FCSS meeting this morning before council. That nobody seems to mention, but yes, we did.
And also too, the attachment that you provided about libraries from Shortgrass?
Yes. Anybody has any questions on it? I thought it was really good, and I got it at the last library meeting, and they're, really working on trying to expand libraries to convince people that it's not just books, right? There are a lot of other reasons that people go and use libraries nowadays.
And I apologize, it's me who spelled your name wrong as I was typing 92 miles an hour. It's not, that's one skill set it's not my best.
Not too much. I had a couple of calls and meetings with ratepayers looking at doing some projects and with some concerns, but nothing major.
It's pretty quiet. Attended a total of 5 meetings. One was the law, of course, that Shane and I and Tara Lynn took here on Thursday. It was interesting. Lots of phone calls just on roads and stuff. Nothing really major. So pretty good.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the 2022 Annual Agricultural Service Board Report. I believe it commences on page 114. So it's an information brief, Mr. Chairman and Council. The recommended motion that Council move to accept the 2022 review of ASB annual report as presented for information. Below that shares about the Ag Service Board goals, the ASB strategy, the ASB objective. And with us is our agricultural supervisor and our assistant agricultural fieldman, and they're going to do a presentation for council. Is there any questions before they commence?
Does it work? Is it working? Oh, there, okay. Yeah, so this is Braden Bodine. He's the ag tech for those of you who don't know. And Kennedy Roeder is the assistant ag fieldman, and she's on maternity leave. So, okay, so this is the Ag Service Board Report 2022 in review. So throughout the province, Alberta Ag Service Boards are responsible for administering and enforcing the Agricultural Service Board Act, the Agricultural Pests Act, the Soil Conservation Act, and the Weed Control Act. Cypress County's ASB also strives to provide the ratepayers of this county with proactive agricultural and environmental services and programs not generally available anywhere else. As part of the ASB grant application process, the ASB must develop a 5-year strategic business plan outlining their objectives and goals for the upcoming years. The strategic business plan offers and provides staff with a document to establish priorities and to assist in the evaluation of programs and services. So some of the grants that we received in 2022 for the Ag Service Board grant agreement, we get over $123,000 for legislative activities. The resource management activities, we get about $20,000 for that, and $13,000 for the rat and rabies control program. We got $8,000 from Alberta Environment and Parks, or protected areas now, for weed control on bed and shore. So we put biocontrol on leafy spurge along the river. We got $6,300 from the federal government for summer staff, and $65 from Clean Farms for the twine recycling program. So the goal to enforce the Weed Control Act, we hired 9 summer staff, and so 9 of those and 2 full-time staff were appointed as weed inspectors. We inspected and licensed 1 permanent seed cleaning plant and 3 mobile seed cleaning plants. We inspected and destroyed prohibited noxious weeds on 157 known sites and 7 new sites. So we consider sites to be a quarter section with weeds, and that was approximately 19 acres. We inspected and controlled noxious weeds at 198 known sites and 50 new sites, approximately 157 acres. Many hours were spent hand pulling and digging certain regulated weeds, such as baby's breath and nodding thistle. Weed inspectors mapped most of the locations that had regulated weeds. Mapping enables staff to evaluate the success of control efforts more effectively. Biocontrol beetles were released on 15 sites of leafy spurge along the South Saskatchewan River, and we had knapweed, spotted knapweed, weevils put on 1 site, and weevils on 5 sites of scentless chamomile. 869 kilometers, or just over 1,000 hectares of county ditch was inspected, and approximately 131 hectares required weed control. So that's about 1/3 of the county we split that and do a third every year. And 96 hectares of provincial highways were sprayed. So this is a map of the spray data from the spray trucks, and the purple is the Canada Thistle program. So again, about a third of the county is sprayed each year. So this is a picture of the tailgate wrap that we had to promote the Weed Control Act. We were happy with how it turned out. We've had comments, and the Alberta Invasive Species Council has also used our idea and pictures, and like the idea of rolling or mobile billboard. So German status, a potentially new invasive plant. On October 25th, 2022, an email was received from Alberta Ag inquiring whether we had noticed German status in the county, a new potentially invasive plant. It is a deep-rooted perennial that from a distance is similar to the appearance of baby's breath. Alberta Ag had 3 reports of this plant in 2022 in our area. 2 sites with it, several plants were found in coulees within the city of Medicine Hat, and 1 was nearby in the county. So the ag supervisor had an inquiry from a farmer in 2020 about this plant that was growing in his field in Cypress County, which we thought likely blew in from a nearby acreage. Another site had also been identified by the weed inspectors in 2021. All of these sites are in the same general area on the east side of Medicine Hat, and at the time we didn't think about it as being an invasive species, but now that it's been brought to our attention, with 5 known locations in a relatively small area, we're going to work with the landowners to monitor and control the plant with recommendations from Alberta Ag. And these are just some photos. That one is just outside of Ross Glen in the coulee, so there's quite a few plants there and that, so we'll deal with that. So the goal to enforce the Agricultural Pests Act. So we had 9 seasonal staff and 1 full-time staff appointed as pest inspectors. We inspected 2 canola fields for clubroot, blackleg, and sclerotinia. We inspected 10 wheat fields for fusarium. We inspected 109 sites for grasshoppers and 228 sites in range 1 of the rat control zone, twice for Norway rats. We participated in the provincial Dutch elm disease survey with 7 traps in hamlets and areas in the county. The diamondback moth survey, which is 4 traps, and the Bertha armyworm survey, which is 4 traps. Those are in canola fields. 5 skunk samples were sent away for rabies testing by our contractor, and 3 ratepayers used the magpie traps this year. And this is the other tailgate wrap that we had to promote reporting rats and wild boar if they're spotted or suspected. So that one's pretty cool. Okay, so the goal to enforce the Soil Conservation Act. We've got the 1 soil conservation officer. There were no serious soil erosion issues identified. And we've got the 2 14-foot haybuster seed drills, which were rented by 38 producers to seed 2,308 acres, and 11 producers rented the land rollers and rolled 957 acres. The goal, enforce the Animal Health Act. So there was 1 case of avian flu that was identified in Cypress County by CFIA. There was no action required from us in this case though, and there was no other reportable animal health issues identified. The goal to enforce the Agricultural Service Board Act. So the ASB must present a summary of its activities to the preceding year to council. So that's this report. And this legislation can be utilized in extreme cases when land is so infested with weeds or pests that it needs to be taken under supervision or restoration by the municipality, or the municipality may issue an order of reclamation. No land requiring such drastic measures was identified. And our goal to provide ratepayers with cost-effective specialty equipment and services that are not commercially or readily available. So the pipeline plow was rented by 3 producers. 2 4-H clubs utilized the cattle scale. The RFID tag reader was rented to one producer, and it was used to read 180 head of cattle. The tree planter and the mulch applicator were used by one resident each. The foam applicator for gopher control was not used. Skunk traps were used by 2 residents. Magpie traps were used by 3 ratepayers. There were no grain bags rolled with a grain bag roller last year. 50 bags of twine were collected at the transfer sites and sent for recycling. And 38 producers rented the seed drills and 11 producers rented the land rollers. So to develop and deliver programs to increase awareness, understanding, and implementation of sound environmental agricultural practices that improve local watersheds. So staff will participate in projects, meetings, and workshops with the Milk River Shed Council Canada and Seawall when we can. We advertise events being put on for the public, and we assisted the Milk River Watershed Council with their Producers Leading the Way survey. The goal to provide ratepayers with relevant and modern information. So we hosted the grazing management webinar and septic sense workshop in February. We hosted a tree care webinar in March and hosted the green acreages workshop in April. We awarded 2 local students a bursary to pursue studies in agriculture. We sponsored the Farm Safety Center, who virtually trained 242 students in the county on farm safety. We supported the local 4-H district and the local beef pen show. To support environmental farm planning and Canadian Agricultural Partnership Program, so we assisted one producer in the process of completing and approving an environmental farm plan. 2 others had registered but did not finish their workbooks. We advertise EFPs and CAP program in the ASB newsletter and generally act as a point of contact for anyone looking for information. And the ag recycling program, ag plastic. So the Hilda transfer site is the official Clean Farms grain bag and twine recycling site in the county. Staff did not roll any grain bags in 2022. So twine bags are available at each transfer site and at the county office for producers interested in recycling their twine. Full bags can be dropped off at all transfer sites, and we had collected 50 bags at the transfer sites that were sent for recycling. And Clean Farms in the province is moving the chemical jug collection site from municipal to retail collection sites over the next couple of years. So the collection site at Irvin was closed December 31st, 2022. And the site on Range Road 63, just off of Wholesome Road, is scheduled to close December 31st, 2024. And Schuler will remain open since it's so far out of town. Producers are less likely to haul their jugs to town to the retailers and would likely end up throwing them in the transfer site. And collection bags for chemical jugs are available at the county office, the Schuler transfer site, and all ag retailers should have them. And all jugs must be bagged going forward. So that's our summary for 2022. Is there any questions?
Thank you. Michelle?
I'll move to accept it. And my question is, if all those new noxious weeds are right outside the city, does the city do anything to control them?
They do have a person in that position, so I, contact them regularly over the summer. So yeah, they will, I'm sure, look into it. I'm gonna, make a point of making sure that they know about theirs and that we're gonna look after ours so we can hopefully get them looked after and cleaned up so they don't spread further. But
that's why I was asking, because
Yeah.
I mean, we can spend all this time and effort and money into getting rid of them, but if they're coming from the city, well, the wind's going to blow and they're just going to blow out here again anyway.
yeah.
Robin?
I was just curious why the uptake on the grain bag rolling was so low this year. Like I know it was 0 this year. What was it previous years?
Yeah, we had quite a few rolled, was around 100 or something, I think, the year before. And people were just dropping their bags in piles at the transfer site, so that's kind of how that all came about. And we just had the bag roller and the staff to do all the rolling of those big piles in the spring when there was, weather that we couldn't be spraying and that sort of thing yet anyway, so. And yeah, I don't know if people have their own rollers or if they didn't need grain bags last year or what, but I had a call from one of the Hutterite colonies up there and they were interested in using it, and then I never heard back from them, so I'm not sure if they use balers or bought a bag roller or what happened with that, but yeah, no, we didn't have to do any, so.
Keith?
On page 122, you had a picture of that noxious weed that's just coming out of Roscliffe. How old is that plant? It, like, judging by the stem, it's got to be 4 or 5 years old.
Yeah, it could be, I'm not sure. They just had the reports this year by the city there, and there was one that we knew of in 2020. So that landowner had tried to control it after I spoke with him and identified the plant and stuff. And then when I contacted him last fall after I had this message from Alberta Ag, he said that he found another location in another nearby field, and with that one he seemed to think that the pattern was, maybe in kind of a whirlwind had brought it in, and he didn't really have time or try to control that one. So now that we know that it's maybe going to be a problem, we'll help him. He's very willing to work with us and stuff too, so.
So
we
how
just
do you
gotta-
control it?
Well, that's what we're gonna have to find out, because there's no chemicals that are registered for this, so it's probably gonna be like a baby's breath, and we're gonna have to dig probably 6 inches below the ground to get part of the root, so.
Okay.
And then monitor after that, because there'll be seeds in the ground that are gonna germinate and that, so, yeah.
Okay.
Richard?
Last spring, or sometime during the year, just south of Walmart, where the train tracks are, we had that landowner tell us about a problem with weeds. I think it was last year, Barry Neubauer. And then there was, you found some on CP Rail land. So did CP Rail hire the county to spray, or did they spray them, did they have a contractor? How did that get dealt with?
Yeah, so we finally made contact with CPR. I had talked to him, and they hired their own contractor. They've got somebody that does all their spraying for them. So yeah, it kind of worked out good, and I had asked for that part to be sprayed too, but they were here and gone kind of within 1 week. So I'm not sure exactly if they got to that or not, but we had sprayed a little bit in there for that fella as well. So yeah, so I'm gonna make contact with CPR again this year and kind of follow up, and hopefully we can get something going again. Yeah.
Anybody else have any questions? Keith?
I know I've talked about this before, but is there any outlet for mesh? I mean, we talk about twine, but mesh is to me is a way bigger issue than twine, because everything is, that's all we use. So you end up with this super sack of mesh by the end of winter, and you're not supposed to burn it. And so what do you do with it?
Yeah, I think they're working on a program for other types of egg plastic. So yeah, if you can kind of just bag it and hang on to it, there's probably going to be a recycling program for that coming as well. So yeah, sorry.
I know that's something,
Go ahead.
something that we're looking into, Keith, because even like I got a huge pile of net wrap sitting there, and when I haul it to the landfill, they just cringe. And they say, put it right over there, because they would like a dump special, because it gets wrapped around all their equipment, that net wrap. So they like to put dirt on it right away, then that it is a pain. And the problem is, like, especially this year, now you got a lot of grass with it, and you can't keep it clean. So it is an issue.
And if it is mixed in with some of this, the twine, then the land or the transfer sites aren't even supposed to accept it because the recycler can't use it and they're not going to spend the time to go and sort through it. So we have done that a little bit in the past. If we have big bags of twine with a few pieces that we can see, we'll, deal with it and take it out. But yeah, it is kind of a problem. So, but they're Clean Farms. I know they're working on programs for some of that other stuff. So hopefully soon.
Okay, anything else? Thank you very much for your presentation. I have a motion on the floor for Michelle to accept. Vote. Mr. Hawk? Vote. No. Leslie Ann was tapping her computer over there, so. Okay, that's carried. We will do 9.2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 9.2, 2022 Emergency Services Instant Call Statistics, page 133. The recommended motion is that council move to accept the Emergency Services 2022 call statistics as presented for information, and it is an information brief.
You have any questions, Lloyd? You want to present first, or you want questions if they have them?
Questions would be good first, yeah?
Go ahead, Lloyd.
Yeah, I was just looking at the training hours per station here,
Yep.
and I don't see 1-4. I'm just wondering, does the county ever set something up with them? I realize they just do grass fires, but
Yeah, so under their policy, they're supposed to do 4 trainings a year. I did have a meeting with them last fall, and we're trying to coordinate, encourage them to do more training and try to encourage them to do training with Elkwater. Elkwater has invited them to participate in all the training they want. Also, too, we do have some training coming up, and we do have a couple of members signed up for some Wildland Pacific firefighting. But a couple of things that I am working on right now is I'm doing roundhouses, ask the chief, and I'm encouraging some of the stations that have lower numbers to attend training with the stations that have bigger numbers and do more joint training going forward is my vision for the whole department. Coming as a station chief, one of the hardest tasks was to actually deliver good quality training to the members. So I recognize that, and what I want to do is encourage as much cross collaboration with all stations as possible, and we are doing a lot more joint training now. Oakwater's had some recent training. We're going to try to get Walsh and Irving to really piggyback with Dunmore because they have some good instructors, and then obviously 1-4 with Elkwater is my vision for training. But last year 1-4 didn't do any training at all. We were still a little bit in COVID for halfway through the year on that. But I did have a meeting, and I did explain the importance of training and why we need to train. And it's not us that makes the rules, it's OH&S. But it's up to us as the authority having jurisdiction of the employer to ensure that training is done and explain to them why they need to train.
Robin?
With that in mind, would it make sense still to have them listed out with these hours? Because I think that when it comes down to council identifying levels of service is going to likely reflect training and capacity, which I think it would be valuable for any station, even if it's a small amount of hours with a small amount of members, to show that they're doing something. And on contrast, if they're doing very little, it may help us to determine where investment goes as well when it comes down to who covers what and what's there.
Yeah, no, 100%. I totally agree with that statement, especially for assets and feature training. Feature is, what is fit for, I always use the word fit for purpose and what they're doing. And, Elkwater does cover the full level of service right down to the U.S. border out of our Elkwater station. But 1-4 is important specifically for wildland firefighting operations, but medical first response, motor vehicle collision, structure fires does come out of Elkwater for that whole area. So they're still getting that service, just a different station.
Blaine?
I guess I just have a question for information for myself. I see station training hours total is 2,600, and then certificate training program is 37. So is that per station, or is that for the whole county? Or
Yeah, good question. So I broke it down into the training hours is typically are 4 hours or 6 hours a month. So each firefighter is required to attend 16 out of 24 training sessions, or about 32 hours a year. Now each station is going to vary because of the amount of personnel that they have. So it's not fair to compare like a Box Springs to a Walsh, for example, because Box Springs has 25 members versus Walsh that has 10 active members. But so the top one graph there, the 2617, is basically the ongoing training or maintenance training, and then the certificate program or NFPA courses that we put on. So last year we put on the 1001 program, a 1006 program, wildland, and pump operations. So those are programs that are certified through the province of Alberta, which is very important. So I want to, before we've always just showed, ongoing training hours, but I really want to break down new training or certificate training as well.
Shane?
Just an FYI, if you could put a little index, I know some people, they read our agenda and like looking at this, a lot of them may not know what MFR is or MVC. Just a little index stating that MFR is medical first response, and just in case the public is reading this. And yeah.
Municipal government's full of those.
I know.
Yeah.
Sat me here, I was for 10 minutes, MFR. No, that's the NFR is in big. So where's that?
Yep, no, 100%. That's a good point. Yep.
Any other questions, comments? Lloyd's moving to receive for information. Vote. Oh, are you? I thought you were just doing questions on it.
I think all the questions is pretty much the information I was going to present. So I think there's nothing really we need to present, because I think the questions basically covered all the material that I was going to present anyway. So
Sure. We're done with it. Are you good with it?
I'm good with that. Yep.
All right. We'll get her done. Vote. Oh, am I the only one? Oops.
No,
Yeah.
I was following too.
He did. We heard his voice. 9.3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 2023 Alberta Emergency Management, AEMA, Wild Urban Face Training Grant Application. The recommended motion is Council moves to direct administration to complete and submit the 2023 Alberta Emergency Management Wildland Urban Interface Training Grant Application. There is substantial background information explaining the grant and what the purpose of this program is. Is there any questions off the get-go? I think it'd probably be best after reading the material, if you have questions of our fire services coordinator, because there's a lot of material.
Dustin's moving. Are you moving? To accept it?
Yep.
Apply for it? Does anybody have any questions on it?
Does everybody know what wildland urban interface is?
Use your mic.
Says, does everybody know what wildland urban interface is? Because that may be something we want to explain if you don't.
Sure. So wildland and urban interface is really where a wildfire meets an urban center. So for us, our biggest hazard will be elk water would be our biggest. When we talk about wildfires, typically they're forest fires. We call them wildfires. Our wildfires are a little bit different, but we do have, some substantial areas in our county that have a wildland urban interface, such as the Elk Water Provincial Park. And, us as Cypress County is responsible for the structures of elk water. And this really took off, over the last 10 years with the big fires up in Fort McMurray and Slave Lake. So Alberta Emergency Management Agency has put together a curriculum to identify structural firefighters how to safely respond to assist and an interface fire. So our firefighters will never be deployed to fight fires inside the forest area at all. Our responsibility would protect structures or critical infrastructure around a municipality or a interface kind of situation. And then two, as part of this grant, is we could be required to go assist other municipalities at the request of AEMA. So during the Fort McMurray fire, a lot of municipalities just showed up out of the goodness of their heart. They wanted to help, but they weren't able to do it safely. So this course is designed to ensure that municipal firefighters can safely respond to assist in large wildland interface fires. And before we wanted to apply for this grant, we actually sent 2 firefighters away last year to Barrhead to take this course to see if it was value added. And they actually came back and presented to the station chiefs and said, wow, we don't know what we don't know. There's like, Chief, we really should do this course because we learned a lot. And we thought we knew how to protect elk water, but they learned a lot on this course. So then after they get that value, then I said, I thought we should apply for this course.
Shane?
I just want to make a comment, and I agree with it, because when I had my fire in Crescent Heights there, I know Cypress County come, but it was technically still within the city, but it was coming really close. Just the fact of trying to deal with the public all of a sudden, in everybody's way and in danger. When that thing was coming full tilt, I mean, everybody was scared, for the city, but no, I think this is great. That to know around, even with just a prairie fire and around Medicine Hat coming in, how to deal with the public all of a sudden, because they're in your way.
Yeah, and I'm going to invite the invitation to have a couple of Medicine Hat firefighters or duty officers attend this course. And I also intend to have the staff of the fire crew and parks come and do this course with us as well, so we have some cross collaboration and everyone understands what key role they can do if a fire does come in this area, because it's just not going to be Cypress County, it's just not going to be Alberta Parks. It's going to be a multi-agency jurisdictional kind of fire response. Even Medicine Hat has wildland interface all along the coulee, along Ross Glen, that kind of area as well, right? So I'm going to invite Medicine Hat Fire to come and attend this course as well, so we can all kind of understand what unique responses could be in our area, because it's not a matter of when. It's going to happen. We want to be prepared. But always lesson learned is, we could have been better prepared. So I want to be preventive of that.
Dustin?
Just to make note of it, because I'm thinking about it. So if we think back, and I try to remember what year it is, the year of the Waterton fire, Cypress County actually took and went to the province and said, we have this equipment, we'll supply it and members to take and run it. Essentially, without having this training, we were essentially throwing those guys to the wolves, because it's a whole different beast that we don't deal with on a regular basis, and we need to have this.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's one other thing. So part of this grant application is for us, once we get the course, we could become deployable at the request of the POC, which is the Provincial Operations Center. But we always have the right to refuse. So if the fire hazard is too high here, or if there's too much danger here, we don't want to release resources, we always have that authority not to send. But once we take this course, we will become an approved wildland interface team that could become deployable. But again, it's up to us as a 30-hour jurisdiction to say, yes, we can go, or no, we can't, because the fire hazard's too extreme in our area. So we're never going to leave our county jeopardized by being a deployable team.
Yeah, I read that in there. That was good. Okay, any other questions? Not seeing any. Vote. Just after this one. One more and then we're done with the fire chief. Okay, that's carried. 9.4.
9.4, the Fire Academy with Prairie Rose School Division. Recommended motion that the council moves to direct administration to approve the establishment of a partnership with Prairie Rose School Division on the creation of a firefighter academy. There is substantial information in the RFD, plus attached is the memorandum of understanding as well.
Shane?
I'd love to make this motion, that we establish this partnership. I just love it that Prairie Rose is thinking outside of the box. And this, even with these kids, if they're not here, they move on to other communities, they got that knowledge. I think this is such a great, great idea.
I agree. Any other questions or comments on it? Michelle?
Just that it's a wonderful idea.
Okay, not seeing any questions. Vote. All right. Thank you, Jason. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. paper. Okay, can I call the meeting back to order? She's gonna go right away because we gotta go on camera for this meeting. Lloyd, get back in here. Get your picture in there.
That's why he's.
He's backing up.
You don't want to see your smiling face?
Get that wide angle shot. You good? Did you make sure you got Lloyd Want in that one? He's good. Perfect. Okay, I need somebody to make a motion to go in camera. Lloyd, thank you. Vote. Thanks, Sean. All right, there we go. Sir, it's all yours.
Mr. Chairman, sorry, so do you want to explain why going into closed?
Two levels of government.
So discussing the Alberta Health Services contract, that's why that Paul has asked for it to go into closed.
Sorry, should have said that first.
Yeah, just to share, yeah.
There is, thank you, Council. Thank you, Reeve Hamilton. There's only one slide that deals with that, but there wasn't a natural place for me to make that separation. Alberta Health Services contract is a little bit like Fight Club. The first rule of the contract is don't talk about the contract. So I would like to give Council an update on that, considering their efforts to help get us there. So first, I'd just like to bring you up to date on a bit of a 2022 recap for you. So Halo had a very successful 2022. So as you know, in March, we achieved first time in history long-term funding with the province of Alberta. We were also able to celebrate 15 years of service. Our first mission was on July 4th, 2007. We completed Transport Canada operations for night vision goggle use. We saw a significant increase in corporate funding, and we saw a fairly significant increase in multi-year funding along with those corporations. It's been a heavy focus for us over the last 18 to 24 months is looking at subscription giving, where we have a predictable amount over a course of time, which allows us to be more stable and provide more predictability in planning and execution. On behalf of Council and with the work that we did with Cypress County, we have had two very significant increases from neighboring communities. So the County of 40 Mile increased by 50%, and the County of Newell a significant increase, their annual contribution increased by 80%. And that is directly related to the work that we did together based on the per capita funding model. So congratulations to everybody that was a part of that. We couldn't have done that without you, and that's sustained funding that really makes a difference to the HALO program. Give you some idea on some statistics. This is overall, so this is across our entire response region, just to give you a sense of what we're responding to. So we still see a significant portion of our calls being scene calls, so pre-hospital care or EMS related. IFTs have increased, so interfacility transfers have increased quite a bit to 21%. Search and rescue is off from the last 2 years. It tends to run around 8 to 10%. It's currently at 5 in 2022. And we had 1 or 2 calls with fire departments. In fact, they were both in Cypress County, one down in the 1-4 area where we were able to help spot a wildfire before it got out of control. On those couple of days, we had some hazy, smoky time this last summer. So we're proud to be able to provide that service as well. And I think that made a big difference on that day. And then just again to give you some sense of what we go to, and these tend to be all of the scene call type things. We don't provide statistics on interfacility transfers from a patient care perspective, but we saw motor vehicle accidents are the leading cause of HALO dispatches at 41%, and then industrial was 10%, and those were both related to wind and solar. Those calls, sorry, were related to wind and solar. Recreational, 2022 was an odd year, and I know that the brain sort of aligns itself with what it wants, but we did go to a number of horse accident related calls in 2022, particularly in the summer. And so those fall under that recreational thing with trail riding or backcountry riding and those types of things. Medical, so trauma, stroke, 17%. And agricultural was quite high. We've been to colonies quite consistently. And that's always been a case in the HALO program, but to track it and give you an idea of what the overall percentage is on an annual basis was important for us to do. Cypress County continues to take over 1/3 of our entire call volume. If you remember from our last presentation, I think we were as low as 28% and as high as 38%. So the average continues to be just about 1/3 of our calls. So that's valuable. And then I know this is a point of interest for the county as well. So I took the time to figure out the statistics. Of your total call volume, 29% of that were in Cypress Hills Provincial Park. And that's all related calls, search and rescue, medical, EMS. But that gives you a sense of the number of calls per year that we are responding to in the park itself on behalf of Cypress County. I know many of you have heard and seen the helicopter flying around in the dark, so we are very proud to report that we are now night vision goggle compatible with Transport Canada. That program has been under development since 2020, but it did take a significant amount of time, even after acquisition of the technology, to work through the training and policy part with Transport Canada. I want to be very clear about this. There are still some limitations on when we can fly in the dark. And I'll give you an example, and this is how crazy the regulations are. So in order to respond to scene calls, search and rescue, or fire calls in unknown locations, you must fly with 2 advanced night vision goggle personnel. In order to fly from hospital to hospital, you can fly with 1 basic and 1 advanced. So we still have crewing situations where we don't have 2 advanced NVG people on duty. The crazy thing about this is I was fortunate to take our night vision goggle training program. I am not a pilot, by the way. And I can go with a single pilot to a scene call because we're both advanced qualified, where a qualified pilot with basic training can't. So we actually had a call recently where we were pre-alerted where we had to decline it because our on-duty pilot was a basic NVG person, and therefore we couldn't go directly to scene. So we're still working on making sure we have the capacity in our crewing model to make sure that we can accept those calls when it is dark. We're obviously quickly moving now into when it's going to be light out again, so that doesn't affect us from a crew duty day perspective. So my hope is by dark flying season 2023, we'll have a more comprehensive report for you. And training is underway, plans are underway to have training completed for firefighters from a landing zone perspective. It is subtly different to land the helicopter in the dark, so we'll work on that over the summer as well. We have a limited ability to respond now, and we'll continue to build and expand that program as we go along. We began contract negotiations with Alberta Health Services shortly after the Premier's announcement in March. That took almost till Christmas. It was very quick to get the initial short-term funding, as they have called it. That short-term funding was $1.3 million for the fiscal year April 1st to March 31st, which is the one we're currently under. That represents about 43% of our 2022 operating budget. We are currently negotiating the 4-year extension to that, which is set to take place on April 1st of 2023. I am not hopeful that it will be in place by then, but we have proven that they're prepared to pay a retroactive amount to the start of the date. So we did receive a fairly lump sum payment just before Christmas to get us up to speed. The challenge that we're facing is, as you are all aware, HALO has operated on a shoestring budget and never has run a deficit in its entire history. And so Alberta Health Services is asking us to substantiate what 50% is, and we don't necessarily have all the financial documents that show what it truly should have cost. And so that negotiation is taking a little bit longer than I would have hoped. I do have some people from procurement coming down this month, and we're hoping that a quick face-to-face and show them around the program will help sort of move those conversations along. That's where we stand currently. We are seeing some significant cost increases, which I'll cover shortly. So we are planning to get AHS to as high as possible based on what we believe our true expense budget is now. and keep them at their promised 50%. Premier Smith has promised that if we run into any issues, we do have her as an advocate. We're just not necessarily using that Hail Mary unless we have to. So, from a fiscal responsibility perspective, one of the things that we have really focused on in the last 4 years, certainly since I joined the program, is not only fiscal responsibility, but doing it deliberately. And so in 2022, Halo did initiate a request for proposal for helicopter operations. We have a long, proud history with Rangeland Helicopters, but we have never considered whether or not they were the most affordable or best option. So the board selected to go out to proposal. We received 6 expressions of interest, which resulted in 4 comprehensive proposals. It gave us some really good insight into what it looks like out there as far as helicopter operations are concerned. At the end of all of that, we decided to go ahead and maintain our relationship for an additional 4 years with Rangeland Helicopters. Rangeland provided 3 different proposals, and that's why you see there that our cost increases on the helicopter operations side are going to increase by at least 15 and possibly up to 50%. When our helicopter operations contract represents 80% or more of our entire budget, that's a significant increase. So we will be finishing those negotiations with Rangeland in the coming weeks to have contract in place by April 1st, 2023. At the moment, we are leaning towards the most financially prudent option, which will see a 15% increase, moving the helicopter operations fixed expenses without fuel or any additional variable costs to somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.6 million. That's just running the helicopter. That's without maintenance, fuel, any fundraising activities or events and things like that. So we will likely see an increase on the Halo expense budget from 3 million to 3.4 million. And if we consider Rangeland's extended proposals that include more comprehensive service and potential of a backup aircraft, we'll be looking at cost increases of close to double. You guys can listen to me all day, and most of you know me quite well. I can give you all the statistics in the world, and I know ultimately the financial contribution the county is committed to comes down to the statistics and the ability to provide service to the ratepayer. We accept that and appreciate that, and we understand that. But what's really important is why. And I know some of you have seen this, maybe most of you have seen this, but I think it's really important for you to understand what the impact of your investment is. And so I always put this, I put this slide in here because sometimes I forget and just start playing the video. And I appreciate that videos can be triggering for some people, and some people may know this family. So Aaron Fleming and his daughter are in this video. Aaron is a Western Financial Group investments and an insurance advisor, so you may be familiar with him. He lives in Dunmore. And this is one of our feature videos that just tells a little bit more about why we exist.
What comes to mind when you first feel the morning sun on your face? What do you focus on? Is it a daily task? Providing for your family? Or that road trip you've been planning for some time? Ours is you. When you see us overhead, your day may be filled with beauty, but someone else is having the worst day of their life.
It was December 30th. Kennedy and her friends wanted to go skiing, so they left. I think it was about 7:30 in the morning, and we got a phone call at about 12 o'clock, 12:30, that she had hit a tree when she was skiing. It wasn't me that got the phone call, it was my wife, and so I don't even know the information that was given. I just said, do I need to go? And as soon as my wife said yes, I was just gone.
I remember going down 2 hills before and then waiting for one more person to come up to the top of the hill, and then I don't remember anything after that.
I grabbed her hand and did all that I could to help her know that I was there, and she did not recognize that I was there at all.
You hear us coming in the distance, we bring hope with us. We bring relief with us to help get you the care you need at 250 kilometers per hour.
When they tell us that we need your permission to send her, but she needs to go to Calgary now, there's doctors there waiting for her to perform life-saving surgery, and she could potentially die when she's in the air going to Calgary.
We don't just make a difference. For many, we are the difference between life and death.
I have no doubt that if she was in the back of an ambulance, we wouldn't have had that discussion. We would have been planning a funeral. Paul said, if there's anything else that we can ever do for your family, just let us know.
9.5, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alberta Community Partnership Grant Application, Tri-Municipal Growth. It is on page 216. The recommended motion is that council support the City of Medicine Hat as the managing partner in submitting an ACP grant app to fund the tri-municipal growth and water and wastewater study to be completed for the region. And there's subsequent information to follow. And I believe that the ICF reps may have further comment, and Jeffrey as well.
Thank you, Terlin. Do you want to go with it, Robin?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Yeah, I think that the idea of what they're trying to do right now is fine. I do want to raise, I suppose, some personal concern, and perhaps with discussion of council, we could, along with potentially supporting this, also provide a letter of concern with regards to other asks that we have. Like, this is kind of a carriage and horse thing for me. I don't think that anybody disagrees with the idea of assessing where our water future is from a wastewater or potable water perspective, but what does bother me is that we submitted our recommendation or our application for consideration on the IDP almost a year ago, and it's been pretty much crickets. We had a fairly good discussion back in November, and at this last one here as well, I kept on bringing it back up. And I think that we need to, with the united voice of council, I guess, reemphasize our position on the need to have a conversation about growth. At the State of the City address, it was announced that the city is pursuing a population of 110,000 people, I think, Jeffrey, within the next 20 years. And to me, although I think that it's a great target, I think that it coming purely from the city does provide a little bit of concern for me. I think that this needs to be something that the three municipalities together have some conversation and have some discussion on what the region wants to see as far as growth goes. The reason I bring this up is that, historically speaking, within Cypress County, water has been used to control growth. And in fact, when we had our conversation about the IDP in the past, the concern of the growth of Vinerville was seen as a threat, and one that we tried to reassure them that we aren't looking at exploding. But when all of a sudden you're looking at bringing in 40,000 new people to the region, and water and wastewater is being viewed as a regional, from a regional approach for funding and partnerships, if we don't have a regional approach to growth, I don't see it as being balanced. And so I would like to see us support this, but also to attach a letter re-emphasizing the need to sit down as the three municipalities to talk about where we're going, what kind of growth we're anticipating as a region, and if we're on the same page, because I would really hate to see the county support a regional approach to water and wastewater, and then have water and wastewater come in as a reason why Cypress County is not in a position to grow themselves potentially in the future. So that's what I'd like to say. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Jeffrey or Dan, you were there. If you want to add anything as well, please go for it.
Jeffrey, you want to add anything with it?
The only thing I guess I would add is that specific to the agenda item, which would be that the town of Redcliffe and the city of Medicine Hat all, did pass similar resolutions in support of the city making this grant application. So basically, we're the last ones to pass the resolution. And as the RFD says, the item here stems from when the original intermunicipal collaboration framework agreement was passed back in March of 2020, and it was identified under the water service area that this type of a study should be conducted. So I guess it does reflect back to to what the three municipalities had targeted. But I guess to Councillor Kirby-White's point, certainly I think obviously water and growth are two very important subjects for this region, and, you know, it definitely deserves more consideration and conversation on the subject, that's for sure.
Yeah, I agree with what both of you said there. It's funny now that all of a sudden it's important to them because they want to expand to this 110,000 people. It was never an issue before and nobody talked about it, but when the town talked about it or the county, they just kind of pushed us off and didn't care. But now all of a sudden it's a big deal and they want to bring it forward, and it's like what Robin said, we brought a motion forward over a year ago on something else and they keep dragging their feet. So as a region, we don't want to do that to them. We want to move forward, but at some point we got to say, hey, we've got issues here too we want to talk about, and you guys are dragging your feet on it. But I think that's for a different discussion at a different point in time. Put this through for them for the grant and see if everybody starts picking up their feet and talking at the next ICF. Any questions or comments on it? Dustin?
So are we gonna add on to that, that we were gonna write that letter Robin's talking about as well?
I don't know if this is the right time. I understand what you're trying to do.
I think that we can, without stifling progress on their part, I reiterated the point 5+ times that day, but I'm still just one person. And I think that for us to sign the letter saying that, yeah, we're okay with the, going forward and grabbing that, I'm happy to make it as a separate motion, and it can be fairly simple. But just from a council perspective, to attach to this letter to support the application, also to state in a separate letter that, the county, with this progress, that we're also very interested in knowing when we're going to be having this conversation with regards to the IDP, because to me it has everything to do with respecting your partners. Growth is something that we don't have the ability, and I don't even think that we are looking at growth from the same target type as what the city has recently announced. But I would really hate for us to see a regional supporting of cost sharing and doing studies and then not see that same kind of partnership regionally on growth. And this is one of those ones where, to me, it just shows me that there's different levels of priority being attached to one that serves one person's interests versus the others. So.
Yep. If you go in priority, it definitely is. Jeffrey.
Yeah, thank you. Just for council's clarity and understanding, the ACP grant application process only requires that the 3 municipalities pass this resolution of supporting the grant application. So on our end of things, it's as simple as just administration sending an email to the City of Medicine Hat saying, council actually did pass the resolution. There's no, the grant application doesn't require proof of the minutes showing the resolution number and that sort of thing. So that's as simple as it gets. So I guess if you're looking for any kind of letter for any kind of communication or messaging beyond that, that should be a separate letter, because like I say, this process is pretty simplified in just sending an email saying that we did it. And that satisfies the grant application requirements.
And recommend that it would be a separate motion on that. Yep.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. So I have a motion from Dustin here for this to go through to support, and then Robin can make another motion after this, if everybody's good with that. Well, we'll put this one up first. Is there any more questions on this grant application? Not seeing any? Vote. That's carried. Robin, do you want to put your motion together?
Sure, thank you. I guess the motion would be to direct administration to draft a letter on behalf of council and to be signed by the Reeve regarding following up on the IDP conversation and how that potentially connects to regional growth conversations. Does that give you enough? I think that's broad enough, Dan, that you can kind of focus it in how you wish, but
No, it works.
to bring to our,
So I'll make sure it's.
yeah, okay.
And refer to any correspondence that was previously sent. Just so
Yes.
that-
Yeah, that's right.
So just, so they have it, and
Correct.
just in case it didn't get to the right person, perhaps.
It's fair.
Everybody's clear on that? Any questions? Vote. Richard. That's carried. 9.6, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Eagle Butte Road Race, the Dunmore fundraiser run. The recommended motion that council approve the ATA and the Prairie Road School Division Halo fundraiser run on April 1st, 2023 in the hamlet of Dunmore with the following provisions. No road closures to be permitted. Cypress County added as an additional named insured to the policy with a minimum of $2 million liability coverage, and all provincial safety regulations to be adhered to, including proper training for all volunteers as per Alberta regulations and legislation. And to follow is the agreement for your information. And subsequent to that, I believe that the presentation that was presented is there as well.
You speak on it? Yeah. Dustin?
Okay, so I'll move this. The only question I have is there any reason why we're not allowing them to have road closures? So in regards to that, I guess, if for the course of their race, which I'm guessing is going to take more than 3 hours, I know I personally don't have a problem with them closing that stretch of the black and white trail from essentially the co-op gas station, Eagle Butte, sorry, to the 120. Because I feel it'd be, when you got that many people out in that area, it'd be a lot safer for them to be allowed to do that instead of having to accommodate the walking trails with temporary road closures and everything like that.
So the only thing is that they would have to ensure that they advertise and put proper signage up because of that intersection and people coming through. So they'd have to ensure that it is well advertised and that there is no, because the lights are an interesting infrastructure. So just to ensure that that continues to be safe. So they would have to advertise and put those provisions in place.
Would that not be something that we could assist them with doing? Because it wouldn't be,
So if you wish to do that, that would have to be part of the motion and direction.
I'll let Shane talk before I say any more.
Well, I agree with Dustin. Just especially at the beginning, where they had talked about forming on the Eagle Butte and taking off from there. I think all we'd, because we're not closing off at the intersection here, the big truck still can go into the card lock and that is up farther. All we'd need is a message board up on the 120, so big trucks and everybody would know that Eagle Butte is closed from this time to this time. Use alternate route. I mean, I've shut down many ramps, many roads when I worked in road construction, and I really think it would be safe for them, and it wouldn't be that big an inconvenience for that short period of time.
Michelle and then Blake.
I just have a question. Where did the road closures come from? Was that something they presented, or was that something we told them they had to do in order to run this race?
That was their presentation.
It came from within their presentation.
I know it came from.
They just wanted to make the least amount of impact as possible, so
Okay, that answers my question. It came from them then?
came from them.
Okay. Because I agree with Dustin too. I think it'll be a lot safer if we just let them close the road.
I don't have a problem with that, but who's going to pay the expense of the board in that? Is that going to be them, or are we taking that on because we're allowing them to close down that road? It's their race. They should be paying the expenses on that. We're giving them the road. They should take care of that.
I really think Fox has a bunch of these message boards and that if they went and talked to them, that Fox would donate it for the morning. And that, I mean, it's not a big cost to rent one of them message boards for a morning.
No, I don't care about the cost, it's the county shouldn't be paying for it, it's their race, so is that how you want to change the motion, that will allow them to close it down, but they gotta have the proper message boards in place?
Michelle basically answered what I was saying.
Yep, so I will change that motion, or amend that motion, my motion. So instead of having, no road closures, road closure of the Eagle Butte Road will be permitted, at, the race organizer's expense of signage
Carolyn?
and advertisement.
Yep, and also too, that, that we need to be able to advertise on social media and our website. And if we have time on the Courier as well, our back page.
Add that to it.
Yep, you bet.
Okay, any questions on it? Vote? Okay, that's carried. 9.7, Carolyn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Horsefly Spillway Project funding request, excuse me, is on page 237. The recommend motion that council provide funding in the amount of $888,910 for Phase 1 of the Horsefly Regional Emergency Spillway upon signing of all Southern Regional Stormwater Drainage Committee members and the committed partners for all 4 phases of the drainage project. So that coincides with the previous motion of supporting it in principle with the support of others. And that council allocate funding for Phase 1 of the Horsefly Regional Emergency Spillway Project from the Stabilization Fund of $888,910 and increase the 24, 25, and 26 operating budgets and allocations to the Stabilization Fund by $296,303 annually to recoup that cost. Additionally, the MD of Tabor, who is the managing municipality, has asked myself to sit on a committee to assist them to get the agreement together to ensure that all of the, to get the agreement together so that all of the partners will do phases 1 to 4. Because currently that is not in place. And I believe council had asked that about a year ago, give or take.
Yep. Robin?
I guess I'll move recommended motion, and then my question would be probably for Kim on this one right here through Carolyn. But the funding for this, have we ever approached FCM for any of their funding on adaptation mitigation funding for climate relief? And like I know they've been focusing more on the adaptation and mitigation portfolio for the last couple of years, but in recent discussions and meetings I've had, we've tried to kind of bring in more of like the resiliency aspect as well. And from a flooding perspective, I believe that that's a huge part of this, is that we're trying to capture that storm water and flow, and then that creates opportunity for other things. It's more of a recent funding development, but I'm curious if we have ever, or if we could at least try to recapture some of these costs.
Through the chair, I can bring that up to the committee, but they just recently received, I think, $6.1 million from the federal government, and that's why they reportioned their funding from Phase 2 to Phase 1 to make sure it gets done. But I believe they've employed a team of grant writers as part of this process, but I know they did get federal funding, but I don't know if it's to the new program that you're talking of. But I can parlay that to them.
And Councillor Vossler sits on the committee, so he may have something to add as well.
Okay, I got a question here. Do you have something?
No, let him go first.
Okay. Ask your question. Go ahead.
I had a phone call from Gary Franz. He's past chairman of SMERD, and he just wanted to bring me up to date on some of the investments that SMERD has done in the county. So in 2022, they spent $10.5 million at the Sauter Spillway. They did 7 persons lateral 31 and 38, which was $5 million. And then on the Wholesome Road lateral 2 phase 1, they spent $8 million, So that was a total of 23 million that they put into this area, surrounding area in 2022. And then for 2023, they've budgeted, it looks, I'm trying to read his numbers. St. Mary's SMH3 is going to be $7 million. And then West Medicine Hat is going to be 13.7 million. So another investment of $20.7 million. And he just wanted to make sure that council understood that this is ongoing. Their investments make it possible so there is more acres available, more water available, more acres available. So.
Okay, but can I ask a question to that? Okay, so what you just said there is for the SMRD, right? That's their business module that they spend to bring the water in. It's nothing to do with the horsefly.
But it's the water that comes down.
I can kind of elaborate on that, so maybe it makes a little bit more sense. So where Gary actually fed me that line of numbers as well, and what he was going on, and especially where we're talking about the spillway out of Sodders, he just wanted to bring it to council's attention that even though we're further back on the list of, or in phase 4, I believe, of the horsefly spillway, that he SMERD is doing some of that. They got some extra grant funding, so they're preemptive doing some of the projects that were planned for phase 4 of that, and that Solder spillway is one of them. So it actually got done before the project in Tabor got done. So he was just actually showing us a little bit of justification for our contribution into this from SMERD's standpoint.
So it is the horsefly then?
Yeah, so that Solder spillway was part of phase 4 of the horsefly spillway. So horsefly was phase 1, and then I'm trying to remember the 3 phases. I can't at the moment, but there was 4 different phases. So one was horsefly, and the Solder spillway was actually in phase 4. So that was one part of it, and then the other part of it's the Murray expansion, and as well as the control gates and pond on Paradise is what's down in our area. I had really good notes actually on this meeting, but they're in a stolen truck, so I can't really help you a whole bunch with them. But one question I actually have to ask staff, because I can't remember off the top of my head, so this $888,000, was that the original number that was going to be asked for, or did that change when, because their project did come in 20% over budget?
That is not the original amount. So the original amount, I believe, was going to be a little bit less. But yeah, they've had some increased costs, but they've mitigated those increased costs by limiting their project, and they moved some funding over. So, but it's very close. Yeah, it wasn't very much difference, but.
It's originally around 800, I thought.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember.
Shane?
The only issue I got is that making sure that all 4 members have signed to the project, not that 1 or 2 want to bow out when it comes down to our end. That's my issue. That we have all this agreement all signed with all parties before handing the money over.
So it's, go ahead, Dustin.
And I think that's where it kind of states in the motion to have all South Region drainage partners sign in that memorandum of understanding before we will commit that money to it. Because, you know, I feel you. I have a real hard time with this unless they're going to commit to the full project, because it's hard for us to spend money or help up in the Tabor end unless we get our end done too. But I do understand why they broke this project up into the phases they did, just because it's a $300 million project. It's, you know, it's going to take some time and years to get it done. But if they commit, I'm fine with it. But I think it states it well enough here that it protects us.
Yeah, and that is part of the motion, Shane, that's signed before we pay anything. Any other questions or comments on it? Who made, you made that?
Robin did.
Robin made it. Sorry, Robin. Yeah, there is nothing changed on this, just as it is, correct? Yeah.
So we'll do a 2-part?
Okay.
Is that cool? I think it'd be best to do two because it has two different intents. One is for the funding, and then the other one is to make sure everybody signs on and to continue with the theme. I think it'd be easier to find the motion in the future. That's all.
Okay. Okay, on the first motion, everybody knows what it is. Vote. It's carried. Dustin's moving the second part of the motion. Vote. It's carried. 9.8, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Beth, our Economic Development and Recreation Coordinator, is going to do a presentation on the business of retention that she's been working with our local businesses since she just started 5 weeks ago. Yeah, so we've been working together and very impressed on what we've accomplished thus far. The recommended motion is, after Beth's presentation, is that council moves to accept the report as information and direct administration to bring forth an implementation plan with items and with action items, timelines, and budget, and the execution of the plans at a future meeting. So, if Beth, would you like to proceed?
Yep, awesome. Well, thank you for having me. Like Terlin said, the last time I was here was just over a month ago, and there has been a lot of progress made, so I'm excited to share it with you. So when I first started, one of the directions that I was given was to go out and meet the businesses. Within economic development, business retention and expansion is really important, and it's a critical component of building a resilient and sustainable county. So I ventured out into the county and I met with over 40 businesses. We have hundreds of businesses in the county, but this is just how much my time allowed for. And I met with the businesses for the purpose of introducing myself, but also to gather some data. And with this, I was able to create this report that you received, and I was able to talk to them about their perspective on why they operate in the county, what they see to be the benefits of it, as well as some of the opportunities so that I could identify some gaps and some opportunities for us to better support our businesses that we currently have, as well as to attract new businesses. So overall, I had a great conversations with businesses. They're really optimistic. A lot of them were really excited to have economic development. There's lots of great ideas that came out. Some of them you'll be seeing today. And yeah, just great conversations and a good connection for the businesses. Lots of them are saying, oh yeah, you'll be hearing from me. We have a project on the go, or so really great feedback from them. So starting with the strengths. So basically, I did a SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats, and there were tons of strengths, but these were the top 5. So access to major highways and proximity to Medicine Hat were like the main 2 that first came up, which makes sense. And I will mention the businesses that I went to were typically businesses that had a storefront or multiple employees. I didn't go to home-based businesses or farms. So that's the kind of businesses I was going to. So other strengths: minimal red tape. Quite a few of the businesses made comments around seeing progression from the county, seeing the red tape reduction. So that was a really cool thing, and a lot of the businesses were happy to see that or experience that, and that was something that was mentioned. Low taxes, and then strong sense of community, the rural way of life. That was important to a lot of businesses, and I think a lot of people can relate to that. And then additionally, a couple strengths that I think are worth mentioning: not having to renew a business license was something that came up quite a bit, just a hassle for some people, that they appreciated the way that the county operates with our permits. Well-maintained roads, and then available space. And I think this space is a huge opportunity. Businesses are aware of it. It's on their mind for when they're expanding, and we're attracting new businesses. So the next thing was threats to Cypress County business. Internet access is something that was mentioned. Of course, I won't go on about that. Urbanization, specifically, you know, being close to Medicine Hat is kind of a blessing, and as well as it poses its challenges. But it was something that was mentioned as people move out of rural municipalities. Travel time is a barrier for Medicine Hat residents. I personally live half an hour from Medicine Hat, so I can understand, but this was something that businesses said that, you know, if they have a business located in the county, that people in Medicine Hat may not want to drive the half an hour, but I'm not sure. That's not really something you can deal with, other than the fact that we have some great ways to mitigate that. Lack of utilities, so this was just water and sewer depending on where they were. And then lack of housing. So some of the businesses said, this is just housing in general, just said that they want to grow, they want to be attracting new employees, and that housing can be a barrier for some of those people. So getting into the opportunities. So I kind of posed it two ways. So I asked for opportunities that businesses saw for the county, but then opportunities that businesses saw for their business specifically. So this is for Cypress County. A lot of the businesses, almost all of them, talked about, you know, we want to see the county promoting us. So this is something that I'll talk about in the action items. Recruitment of new business. Obviously, when there's more businesses, there's more economic activity that helps business. Improve signage for business. This is, I'll talk about in a little bit, and there's a RFD in the agenda today for that. Support for solar power. This was something that was interesting for me that came up quite a few times. There's quite a bit of interest in businesses implementing solar power, but this is something that falls under provincial jurisdiction, not municipal. So how can we find ways to encourage and promote that? And then networking opportunities was another one. So then specific opportunities for businesses in Cypress County. A lot of them talked about the opportunity to work for or with the county, the close proximity that they have. Again, that was one of our major strengths, and a lot of business does come from Medicine Hat. Improving tourism was mentioned. And then business collaboration. So this is, quite a few businesses said, I wish we knew what other businesses there were or what other operations or entrepreneurs are out there so that we could work together. And I think that inter-county business partnerships would be really beneficial. And then lastly, hiring more employees. So businesses are wanting to grow, which is a really good sign. And that kind of leads me into my next section. So based on all of these strengths, we came up with action items, because it's great to have all this information, but we need to do something with it. So each of those different opportunity areas, we came up with tangible, actionable action items. So for promoting existing business, we've already started doing weekly spotlights in the Cypress Courier and on social media. This is just promoting the businesses we have, also like volunteer organizations, raising awareness, giving thanks to those volunteer organizations, and helping to ultimately raise awareness. As well as I'm starting to do welcome packages for new businesses. So as we get new development permits, I'll go out and I'll meet new businesses, talk to them about what the county offers, make that connection so they know we're here for them. Recruitment of new business, again, this falls under just promoting those businesses and organizations as much as we can. Improve signage for business. So I mentioned there's a RFD coming next in the agenda. So one of the things that I heard quite a bit about was the highway signs. And I looked into that. It's provincial on Highway 3 and Highway 1. There is money available through the government for businesses to do that, but a lot of the businesses are like, it's confusing, we don't understand the process. So the RFD that you're going to see is for me to kind of be the liaison and help those businesses get better signage on the highway at their cost. It's not something that the county will pay for, but to help them figure out the options, organize that. There's lots of different options for signage, so getting signs that have their logos and getting people to stop in the county. So solar power, I kind of mentioned this. this isn't something that the county necessarily can organize, but just supporting businesses. So one of the things I'm going to be doing is having a quarterly business e-newsletter, and one of the things that I can talk about is if there's government grants or support for initiatives like this, I can just say, hey, this is what's going on if you're interested in solar power or whatever they may be. And then lastly is networking opportunities. So something that came up quite a bit is that businesses, they want to work together, they want to establish partnerships. So the second RFD that I have later on is for a networking event for Cypress County businesses, which I think a lot of great partnerships could come out of. And next up, we have being contracted by the county. So something we already do right now is advertise tenders. Sean does a really great job at advertising on social media and the website, so we'll just continue to do that. Improving tourism was something that came up. I'm going to be at the trade show March 3rd to 5th. So one of the things I'll be talking about is tourism and all of the things that the county offers. And a side note, if you would like to come hang out with me at the trade show, you can let me know and sign up for a shift. But continuing to improve and evolve our Walsh Welcome Center is something that also falls under this. Business collaboration, so I mentioned the networking event, and then if businesses come to the county and they need support, supporting them however we can, whether it's partnership or whatever that may be. And then lastly, hiring more employees, so again, just creating that environment that businesses want to expand and employees want to move here and work here. So that was my formal report and a kind of quick and dirty synopsis, but does anybody have any questions?
Blaine?
I don't have a question, but I'll make a motion to accept this for information. I think it's a great idea for the county to interact with the businesses and help them out grow their businesses. So,
Robin?
Yeah, good job. I do when you did the SWOT analysis, you mentioned that you talked to the different businesses like storefronts. I know that there is also a lot that the county offers to our ag customers and farmers and ranchers as well. Is it under your umbrella to provide supports? Because I think that the welcome package is a really great idea, and I think about, you know, our Ag Service Board has access to a bunch of equipment, and we had a report today from them. I see there being some benefit in having a similar type of welcome package, or, you know, a list of what we offer, because, you know, even having lived in the county as long as I have and being on council, I'm sometimes surprised to hear about some of these services that we offer, and I think that the focus that you have on this is great, and if it falls under your umbrella, I think that there'd be some benefit on the ag side too at some point, but good job, thank you.
Jeffrey?
Thank you. Yeah, I guess Beth did a very good report, very comprehensive, and nice to see that she has the dedicated time to go out and speak directly with the businesses. As the person who oversaw economic development for quite a number of years, and since it's time, you know, share some of this, and this is a reminder, and I don't think anybody sitting around council doesn't realize this, but just as a reminder, the things that I heard the most was, you know, when it comes to medium to bigger size businesses, is that they need easy access to paved roads for transportation purposes, so they don't have to deal with road ban issues. So that's important, obviously. And then the other two things, of course, is what we just talked about, which reflects back to the water and growth study, which is they need water for production purposes, and they need water for fire suppression purposes to meet the Alberta Building and Safety Code. So, you know, those are you know, what I was hearing was the most three common barriers, I guess, or challenges. So and that ties in with what Beth provided with her, you know, threats, which is utilities, certainly. So,
Thank you, Jeffrey. Robin?
Jeffrey, you gave me an idea there. When you were talking with many of these businesses, were any of the threats and opportunities kind of isolated to specific spots? Like, was it something that was kind of done more
centric, or is it specifically on the 120? Did you find anywhere where the opportunity to meet some of those threats was kind of glaring and perhaps something that needs to be focused on or prioritized to hit some of that low-hanging fruit?
Definitely, like, especially talking with businesses in Dunmore, like, the issues that they had were kind of clumped together. And absolutely, like, in a SWOT analysis, you always use your opportunities to deal with your weaknesses and your threats to deal with your strengths to overcome your threats. So absolutely, there's opportunity to deal with that and work within the county to overcome some of those threats.
Thank you. Any other questions? With being a business owner in Dunmore, I understand what she's talking about. People don't like that 3-minute commute down the highway. They think they're going to Calgary. And it's just somehow you got to break that train of thought. I mean, if you live in Southridge and you come out to Dunmore to the dugout, it's closer to come there than it is to go to the leisure center from Southridge. But you're leaving the city, so oh my goodness, it's a road trip. You hear a lot of that. So it's just how do you present it? How do you break that train of thought? Any other questions or comments? Who made the motion? Blaine made the motion to accept presentation. Vote. That's carried. 9.9, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Cypress County Connections Luncheon. So coming forth from the action items from the EDO and Recreation Coordinator, the recommendation would be to have a biannual connection event, and it might work out to be more often, you never know. So this is something new, so we're seeking council's thoughts on this, and our recommended motion is council moves to direct administration to organize a biannual event for the Cypress County businesses.
Robin?
I'll move it unless Michelle wants to arm wrestle for it. Okay. Yeah, no, I think let's give it a shot and see if it's something that has some uptake, and if it has some promise, great. If not, we give it a year and reassess.
Any questions on it? Comments? I'll ask for the vote. Carried. 9.10.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Beth had shared, part of the items that were brought up was highway information signs, and as she shared too, that's a provincial jurisdiction, and there is opportunities for funding if businesses wish to take part in that. And so our recommended motion is that council direct administration to support the Cypress County businesses with the acquisition of the highway informational signs. The businesses will be responsible for the cost of the signs if there's any associated costs.
Thank you. Dustin's moving that.
Yeah, I'll move this. And just one thought that came to me when you brought this up. Would it be maybe a good idea for the county to look at getting signs on either end of the 120? Since we have lots of businesses that are on that road, and we're trying to promote that in that industrial or commercial growth along that road essentially, would it be better off for us to put up a big sign and then have the availability to add more to it at that point?
We could look at it for sure. Yeah, totally.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Blaine?
I guess I have a question along with that. So was there basically an ask from the businesses that they would like something like that, where they'd had a billboard to be able to promote their business?
Yeah, so basically what I heard was that they just weren't sure of the process, or like a lot of them even said, if they're on Highway 3, does that fall under the county? Is it provincial? So they didn't even know where to kind of begin. And there's different signs, like I was looking in, if you have some type of tourist component, then you can get a free sign. So kind of going collecting all the information, going to the business, saying this is what fits best for you. But yeah, it can be kind of the organization of those bigger signs. I'm not sure, when you go into Medicine Hat, they have 9 squares on them and they have the logo. So that kind of sign, you need to have more organization so there's enough for the sign. So that's where I would kind of come in, organize the businesses and put that together for them.
So it started in 2006 with guide signs. So what was happening in the province is that everybody had all different signs out, and there was no consistency. So what they did is the province guide signs started in Australia, and then it moved here, and it was adopted here. So there's consistency. And so the main thing was for tourism was that it was consistent through the whole province, so people weren't, like a color, one sign might be brown somewhere, the next would be yellow, and that means caution. Like they wanted to be more user-friendly. So, and then back then, towns, villages, hamlets, that sort of thing, got a sign for free, and the province paid for that, and then they were allocated so many little boxes. And so, yeah, guide signs. So, I'm not sure why, like in our hamlets and stuff, we have the guide signs and it has like the different types of services you may have. You may have all services, but the businesses, I'm not sure why there was no uptake on that. And that's what we want to do, is we want to help facilitate that if there is interest.
Shane.
So we're talking like that other business signs, the one you're circling there, not like when you go, I was just down there on the weekend to Maple Creek. As you're coming down Highway 1 before Highway 21, you got about 8 or 10 signs all in farmer's field with advertising all the businesses in Maple Creek. That would be up to the landowners, and that and would have nothing to do with us. This would just be this type of sign. Okay.
It's accepted by Alberta Transportation, so getting a roadside development permit is much easier than to have them in farmers, because you still have to, even if they're a private land, you still have to get a roadside development permit from AT.
Richard?
Beth, how would you monitor this? Like, are you thinking once a year to review the signs to make sure those businesses are still around?
Yeah, I think a lot of the work will be up front. So the signs through Alberta Transportation are 5 years. So businesses pay every 5 years. I think it works out to $400 a year. So once they're on, I can review that every 5 years. But I think as new businesses come or whatever changes are made, it can be reviewed annually by me, and if that's me reaching out or figuring out what works best for them.
So there was a new business that went into Irvin, and so the business contacted us, and we contacted AT, and they put a new square on to identify that new type of business.
Okay. Robin?
I know that the Chamber of Commerce does business signs. They have one kind of coming into Medicine Hat, passing the Costco on the west side of the highway. I think that what we're talking about right now is slightly different, but I think that it may be worth giving Lisa a call there too and seeing if there are some synergies. You know, perhaps there are some, if we're talking about doing it on the 120 or coming into Medicine Hat from the east, there might be some opportunity, because I know that there is some revenue generating potential with it, so they may actually even be willing to tackle some of that and manage some of that as well. But yeah, maybe reach out to them if you think that that would be helpful.
Yeah, we're meeting with them on the 9th, so we'll talk to them then.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Not seeing any. Everybody knows what the motion is. Vote. It's carried. 9/11, Terlin.
Mr. Chairman, do you want to do the delegation?
Oh, we got
1 o'clock?
1:30, wasn't it? Oh, I thought it was 1:30.
1 p.m.
Whoops. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break and then we'll do the delegation.
Sorry.
Take a quick 5-minute break. All right. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Forgetting that it was 1 o'clock. I thought it was 1:30 for you. But the floor is yours. You're good to go.
Well, thank you for having us today. I'm Victoria Chester. I'm the Director of Advancement for Highway 3 Twinning Development Association, and I have with me today our Association Vice President, Mayor Gordon Reynolds from Bow Island, and also our Executive Member, Director at Large, Councillor from MD of Tabor, Brian Hildebrand. So I know that this is in your package, and to ensure that time is of the essence, I will speed through the presentation and then turn it over to my bosses. The association was created in the 70s, basically tourism association, then morphed into an economic development association, and then narrowed down into just Highway 3 Twinning advocacy. It grew to incorporate a large number of the communities along the corridor, and right now I believe every community is represented on our board or membership, with the exception of MD Willow Creek and Barnwell. This is always a great detail showing that there are very many different stages to twinning. A lot of people think that as soon as we get money that we're going to see some pavement hitting the road, and there are a lot of steps that happen in between that. One of those being step 3, the engineering design that was recently announced by the province that impacts this county for phases 3 and 5. I do have some dated information here because we are keeping an eye on what's happening with the election in May. We want to make sure we're not abandoning everything that was previously considered as far as our advocacy. So it's important to note that the current government has been encouraging us to lobby and continue to put the pedal to the metal as far as getting Highway 3 twinned. We are collaborating in these in several different manners, and it is going to be an expensive endeavor, with the west basically costing as much as the remaining rest of the corridor. The association went through a 2017-2018 strategic plan. I believe that this county was involved in that strategic planning, and they decided to take it off the corner of a desk and hire someone, and that's me. We've taken it from there with some serious advocacy, and we were able to complete basically all the strategic plan. So we engaged another strategic plan, and we now have a new strategic plan with work plan, and also have the economic impact analysis that just recently was finished by PricewaterhouseCoopers. Our goals are to increase awareness. So a lot of the communication right now is wanting to connect with citizens. Basically, with the announcement, we've had a lot of phone calls with citizens concerned about the alignment and what does this mean for them? When is it going to happen? Additionally, we are still trying to engage more business stakeholders to become members to help defray the cost of the municipalities supporting the association. We are still connecting with our chambers of commerce along the corridor and our different other associations, and working with them as needed. If they need to write a letter, they're always right there and willing to write a letter. So what's next? These are our goals carrying forward from and created early and into 2022 and then the end of 2022. With the announcement, we are still holding to our goals, knowing that we don't know what will occur with the election or what will occur within the government. We're excited to see that engineering is moving forward, but at the same time, we're also wanting to advocate for communication with the local regions where functional planning studies were completed. They were completed on a freeway system versus a highway system. The engagement, at the time, I think some people didn't think this was going to happen in their lifetime. So now that design is looking to occur, we want to ensure that communities who have concerns about the location are being consulted. As you can see, Medicine Hat to 7 persons is our #1 priority, and we were just informed that the Department of Transportation and province is looking at including the bypass around the Medicine Hat Airport as part of that design. So how do we get there? The cost. Right now, we do still have the National Trade Corridors Fund application out. That also included the section from 7 persons to Medicine Hat. We are waiting for the federal government to provide us an answer. We are hoping that they will come back with a share of cost. The province has already stepped forward for their portion of that area. The 3 areas they applied for was 7 persons to Medicine Hat, Burdett to Tabor, which has already started, and the Crow's Nest Pass region. Main advocacy is aligning our advocacy with the government, and that no matter what government is in place, we're going to align our advocacy with that to ensure that Highway 3 twinning occurs and to support our members who are municipalities along the corridor and our citizens, support economic development along the corridor, and increase safety for all travelers. A list of our successes. We have made some progress, so thank you to everybody, all of our members, for supporting the association and giving this big push that we've had. It hasn't happened individually. It's not something that I've done. It's something that myself, our board, our executive, and all of our members have done in pushing for Highway 3 twinning. And citizens, because we have our petition out there. And I think you know what you can do. So I'm just going to turn it over really quick to my 2 colleagues, and then if you have any questions, we'll go from there.
So as Victoria said, this is actually an old association, and it's an old issue, and quite rightly, a lot of us felt we'd never see anything happen in our lifetime. We floundered for a long time. The association's gone through quite a few iterations in the 30-plus years, and a lot of the focus has always been on safety, and that is still one of the primary drivers behind this. It took us a while to figure out that there had to be good economic reasons for the province to do this, and so part of our job has been to give them those reasons. And the recent Price Waterhouse study is about the 4th or 5th one that's been done over the years, and it just keeps reaffirming that economically it makes a lot of sense. And some of those studies have actually applied, the cost of accidents and fatalities and all that as well. So unfortunately, it always comes down to money. A big step forward for us was, as Victoria said, after our strategic planning several years ago, recognizing that it was just a bunch of volunteer politicians trying to make this happen at a local level. We hired Victoria as our Director of Advancement to coordinate the efforts, and she's registers herself as a lobbyist with the government. We're doing everything above board, working well with our MLAs. The MLAs across the South have been absolutely unanimously supportive, and also the municipalities. And municipalities including Lethbridge, who already has, the highway twin, municipalities like Coaldale, Tabor, who don't really have, as much at stake as some of the rest of us that are dealing with the untwinned highway. But we appreciate the support that we've had from this council. Depending on how you look at it, Highway 3 either starts or ends in Cypress County, and it's an important corridor, especially that Medicine Hat 7 persons. As 7 persons has grown, that's definitely added to the traffic flow out there, and it's gets a little hairy turning off the highway there sometimes. But we want to make this safer, and I think we're well on the way. The announcement of that the Premier made at the end of November was pretty exciting, but it's pretty, when you looked at it, there wasn't a lot of dollars tied to it, and it was all well and good, and that's why this association is going to keep working. Until we see a whole bunch of pavement between here and Crow's Nest Pass, we have to keep at this, and that's why we're hoping that all the municipalities can continue to support us. The other big thing that's happened for us since Victoria came on board is getting industry involved as well. Producer groups like the sugar beet growers, the potato growers, and so on. The trucking industry, everybody that's using that highway for commercial reasons is stepping up to back us and join in the lobbying effort, and that's I think been one of the keys. But Brian?
Thank you. Happy to be here, and I'd just like to reiterate the thanks that Mayor Reynolds provided for this council and your support. It is really exciting to see, some of the development, industrial development, economic growth that is happening along the corridor. We're seeing a lot of it in the west, and it's coming further east. Irrigation development is going to provide a need for more transportation corridors and a safer, more efficient corridor. And so I'm very happy with the announcements that we've had. And I think it's going to be huge economic benefit as well to connect the two major cities in the south here with a safe and efficient transportation route. And I think, with the water, the transportation, and the ingenuity of the people in this region, the sky's the limit. And just thank you for your support for Highway 320.
If you have any questions?
Okay. Well, I'll do the normal thing. Shane?
No, I have no questions. I sit on the board, so I have none right now.
Geez, that's unusual. Usually he's the first guy out. Dustin? Yep.
So, kind of in regards to what you're speaking of, the original, they're originally looking at kind of the interstate kind of layout. Now as they've changed it over to more of a just divided highway layout with their new planning. I just got to speak on behalf of 7 persons because the plans show as of right now they want to go essentially north of the town by about a mile per se, and it's not so much the highway moving. The highway moving does affect businesses that are located within the town, and I really don't want to see that. But the biggest downfall for me is the destruction of agricultural irrigated corridors. That really bothers me that the government's even considering things like that. Cutting an edge of one off is a lot different than going through the middle of one. Especially in irrigation country, because we all know, anybody who's ever dealt with it, it's way harder to irrigate a triangle than it is to irrigate a half circle. So what is the committee's stance on trying to achieve saving agricultural land as well as protecting businesses in these small hamlets?
Well, Councillor Vossler, I feel your pain. As many people know, that same plan for our region, for the Bow Island area, bypasses us by 4.3 kilometers. Considerable bypass. At the time, as Victoria mentioned, the consulting engineers that were hired to do those plans were directed to create a freeway system. They were mimicking the U.S. interstate was their dream. Since then, successive transportation ministers have said, no, we don't need a freeway down there. We don't have too many freeways in this province, in fact. So why would Highway 3 be a freeway? And so part of that design was to basically straighten the highway out, keep it going straight. That was supposed to be more efficient in terms of transportation. But they were also tasked with not interfering with agricultural land, irrigated land as much as possible, and to reduce the impact on farmsteads, and there's a whole list of parameters that seemingly were ignored. So the route, for instance, that would bypass our community impacts at least 13 quarters of irrigation. And the route also follows a line that there's currently no road beds, so they would be building 2 whole new road beds, enormous amount of cost. And of course, the freeway system also requires overpasses and interchanges. So we've moved away from that. So I think engagement with the department is going to be key. I have a meeting coming up in a couple of weeks with the department, who's certainly amenable to looking at a different alignment. And I'm aware that the county has reached out to them as well. And yeah, they're willing to listen. They've learned a bit of a lesson. The other thing I would note is that in that study for our area, they used a land cost of $2,000 an acre back in 2011. And recent irrigated land sales in our area are closer to $20,000 an acre. And they've sort of learned that as they've been buying up the land for Tabor to Burdett. And so, yeah, they're quite willing to have discussions around that. And the point is, we're not building a freeway, we're just twinning what we have, so let's not kill our communities.
Richard?
Gord, you answered my first question. My second question is to Victoria. Is Shane doing a good job for us?
Of my microphone. Oh, there we go. Yes, Shane is doing a great job for you. And by the way, he's going to be assisting me at our booth next week at the Medicine Hat Home and Garden. And I did want to also tag on to what Mayor Reynolds was mentioning regarding communication. I think because they're going to push forward with design, those in the Department of Transportation who are very excited to see something get approved are rushing into that. And therefore, there's no better time than the present to ensure that you are communicating what you desire for your community to Department of Transportation now. Now is the time to make sure it's on record that you have put forward your suggestions or preference for alignments in your region, and before the design starts, so that if that engage is occurring. The meeting last Friday was announced that they plan on just going along the alignment that was already previously put forward with the millions of dollars spent on the functional planning studies. But they also discussed that they were going to communicate with certain communities. So they are, as Mayor Reynolds said, definitely interested in that cost of irrigated lands. So if they can find a better way to sort of meet the two minds, I think there might be some opening for that, but that opening is going to close quickly. So I believe phase 3 is by spring, and the RFP for design, phase 5 is summer. So that's not a lot of time.
Yeah, and once you've reached that sort of consensus amongst yourselves as to what you want, communicate that back to the association, and the association will back that.
And I think everyone appreciates, we don't want to impact more people negatively than we need to, but we also want to get this project done. And having a highway to nowhere doesn't do anyone any good. This needs to be a thoroughfare that goes all the way through and connects to the Trans-Canada here in Medicine Hat. And so it's a highway. So we have a highway that goes through. That's not a highway to nowhere, and that's very important. So we don't want to put so many barriers in place that it doesn't happen, but we also want to be very cognizant of the impact it's going to have on the communities along the way.
And adding to that, the push for the economic corridor, which I'm sure you've all heard about, is going to be kind of a big deal here with the province. So the likelihood of Medicine Hat to Lethbridge or Medicine Hat to Tabor being twinned is very, very strong. No matter what government we have, I believe that is going to occur. So it's important for you all to make sure you know what you want, and we're able to advocate for it. That doesn't mean we're going to get it, but that's what we're here for, is to advocate for it.
Shane?
Yeah, On last Friday's meeting, I did make a comment to Darren Davidson, the Southern Transportation guy. I'd like to sit down and have a meeting with him about the realignment at 7 persons. And also I'd really, if Gordon needs our support of keeping Highway 3 going through Bow Island, it's already just about twinned through your town with a set of lights. I mean, transportation just let us put a set of lights here at Dunmore, so lights shouldn't be an issue. That we give full support. I agree with Gordon of keeping it where it is. It's easiest to build there. I built a lot of my past job, twinned a lot of highways in this province, and no, it makes sense. And we gotta, like the price of irrigation going through the roof. And then one department wants to create more irrigation, now we got another department want to take it away. So we gotta sit down and just put it where it's more economical.
Any other, Lloyd?
I was just gonna, are they still talking 10 years before it's completed?
In June, we will know more about whether that is a reality, but I do not think, personally, just giving the role that I've had, that we will be able to twin all of it in 10 years. I think the West is going to take more time than that. However, you may be looking at easily having Burdette to Medicine Hat twinned within 10 years or less. If they're starting design now, the process for Tabor to Burdette, they started design in 2020, shortly thereafter, in the RFI, RFP process to get the designing company, get design completed, and then actually put out the RFI, RFP process for the contractor proponent, and that's where we're at right now. So how long did it take us to get there? That's kind of what you're looking at here. There's a lot of land acquisition that's got to occur along the corridor, and per last Friday's meeting, there's already owners along the corridor that are coming to the province to purchase or sell their land, and they're coming to them. So they may be able to giddy up. If we have the right government in place that continues to push forward to get this completed, we could see pavement going down in these areas. Hopefully they would do Tabor to Burdette and keep working east, but that may not occur, depends on what all happens here, right? So, yeah, 10 years is probably less than 10 years.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much for your time today. Again, I apologize for running late on you. Yeah, thank you. (9/11), Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Black and white capital update. The recommended motion is a council move to allocate an additional $545,046.60 for project CPJ95, the Black and White Trail, to be funded from infrastructure and construction reserve. Below is discussion on the summary of the project, and the main reasons why it is more than the estimated budget is the side slopes were greater, so there had to be more work done, and also to the initial budget that was given was from 2 years ago.
Okay, thank you, Tarlin. Richard, you're...
I'll make that motion. I read everything over and it makes sense. And I feel it's a pretty important project. It's a good time to get it done, so I'm in favor.
Let me guess. Mr. Hawk.
So with this extra money, it reads here that more grading to improve sight lines. What are we designing it when it's finished going to be the speed limit? That we're taking down more of a hill, I assume, because are you gonna plan on upping it to 100 or leaving it at 80?
I believe it was being designed to a 90-kilometer speed. 90. And there was one area where there was some sightline issues. And then one of the other issues was when we got our estimate, when we did 2 or 3 years ago, the estimate didn't include engineering. And so when we put that forward in the budget, that was my mistake. I didn't have the engineering costs. So that was one of the reasons for the increase too.
And everything's gone up in 2 years. Any other questions, comments? Vote.
Made that motion.
Richard. The guy that spends all the money.
I had to get it in there before Shane said no.
That's carried. 912.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Halo Air Ambulance Society. The recommended motion is that council continue to contribute $300,000 annually, $25,000 per month to Halo Air Ambulance Society for the municipal budget years of 24, 25, and 26. And to follow is background information, and a presentation from Halo occurred today as well.
Dustin?
I'll move this motion. I think it's still a very, very worthwhile cause, as we may have seen by the presentation earlier today. Halo is a very large member of our community. They service an area that is inaccessible by ground ambulance in any sort of decent time, and I think it's very worthwhile to keep supporting.
Shane?
I agree with Dustin. After I went through this summer, air ambulance, helicopter ambulance is very important, and we got to keep it.
We also made the commitment with the government. That's why they committed, so it's part of ours to keep going forward too. Anybody else? Vote. That's carried. 913.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is a brief in regards to a document that was received by myself, the CAO. On February 7th, the CAO received a document that was submitted as a petition. The document is titled, "With this petition, we are calling on Cypress County to build a new community resource center in a location in the hamlet of Irvin other than the Woodward Memorial Park." So sections 219, 221, 222, 223, 224, 25, and 26 of the MGA deal with petitions that are submitted to the CAO by ratepayers. Section 226 shares that the CAO has 45 days to determine if the petition is sufficient or not. Upon review of the submission with confirmation with legal counsel, the submission and document submitted does not address a matter which can be the subject matter of a petition under the MGA. It is not a petition to call a meeting with the public. It is not a petition for a vote of electors or advertise bylaws or resolutions. And it is not a petition for a new bylaw or a bylaw to amend or repeal a bylaw or resolution. The substance of the petition cannot be characterized as one which can be petitioned under the MGA. If ratepayers have concerns with this decision, individuals can proceed with a judicial review. This is my submission.
Thank you. Somebody want to move it for information? Sure. Richard?
I'll move it.
Any questions or comments on it? No. You're good? Not seeing any? Vote? Okay, that's carried. 10.1, Terrell.
You good?
Yep.
10.1, under unfinished business, the Irving Community Resource Center. So the recommended motion is council directs administration accordingly. And in the background, in the November 22 capital budget, the project was in the budget, and also to the following resolution from last council meeting requesting to postpone or pause until this meeting.
Okay, Blaine?
Well, to follow up with the delegation presentations that we had, I would like to make a motion to have further public consultation of the Irving Library Resource Center.
Okay. Any questions or comments on it? Michelle?
Well, I'm all for public consultation, but in this particular case, I think we've done everything that we should be expected to do to ensure public consultation. We've been working on this for 5 years already. And not that I'm against public consultation, because I think it's great, but I think that it should be followed by what we have to do. There's a certain way you have to do things when you're in government, and I think the ratepayers should have to follow that.
Any other comments? Dustin?
So, yeah, I'm all for public consultation. I actually think we should have had, after what I heard in the delegations that we had, we should have more public consultation on this, whether in regard to a location or having it at all, for that matter, at this point. You know, everyone seemed to be for it, but everyone was opposed to the location. Do we have public consultation to look at other places for it in the hamlet? You know, I think it's due diligence to do that. I know we've had our open houses, but obviously that wasn't sufficient in the eye of the public at this point.
Shane?
Public consultation is good, and it's helpful at times, but we've been going over this for 5 years. The library was over by the complex, was in the complex, wasn't during the flood. It was when the boxing club took over, where the library is now, I understand. And they moved it over to the complex. The kids didn't use it. Then the books were boxed up for a couple of years, I understand. And then put back in once the boxing club was gone from where the library is now. The library got put back in there. When you're trying to revitalize a library over on the east side of Irving, I asked many people if they would let their 8-year-old in the wintertime drive their bike over there, go to the library over on the east side. They all said no. It's too far out. There's too many people coming and going out of the complex. They don't feel safe over there. When you look at where the building in the park there, the playground's still there. They got a roof over some tables where the parents can sit out in the shade, watch their kids. The playground's still there. The park is still partly there. I mean, not all of it. The park right now, you can't play football in it anyways. It's just some playground equipment. So it's a tough decision. I mean, more consultation. If we do more consultation, that puts us out of range of even doing it this year, so we'll lose our funding. Do we get MSI funding next year for it? We don't know what the governments are. We're going to have a May election. What happens if our funding's take away and we never have any funding for the complex, for the library, resource center, call it the resource center down there. So either I don't know, it's tough, but I thought we did enough consultation that it's time to make a decision.
Robin?
I'm less concerned about the funding because MSI can be utilized for roads, bridges, infrastructure projects, and if we are worried about losing the funding, let's spend the funding that we get from MSI that we would have allocated next year, and let's expedite a project to this year, and then we just use general revenue for next year to fund this, if that's the case.
it solves that problem. It's not an issue. I think that at the end of the day, council is made up of human beings who we operate but with our best interests and our best intentions. From day one, this has always been coming from a place of good intentions. I believe that to the core of my being. I think that if we would have started, if the park wouldn't be zoned as public use, if it was zoned as a municipal reserve, or the resource center and library started off as the resource and library project versus upgrading the library, and kind of that took its natural progressions and steps, there would have been one or two potential public hearings, one for the land use reclassification and one as a part of a community consultation. To me, listening to the phone calls and the conversations in the last 2 months, it isn't about whether or not council has had meetings at different times. It is, have people been heard? Does council always make, I think that we've made a lot of very good decisions. In the 5 years I've been on, I can't think of many times where at the end of a decision that we've made, we've had this level of concern coming from a community. And so to me, if the reasoning that even just members at the table have shared today, if the reasoning is sufficient, I don't believe that we should be worried about them surviving additional consultation. If the reasoning, that's why, I support the idea about going back and having a discussion. I support the idea of maintaining one of the options as what is presented, and if the community ends up getting on board with it, that's great. If they can't be convinced that it's a good solution, then the community, I would hope, would have a voice to it. At the end of the day, I think that that's ultimately what this comes down to. And the petition that was put forward, whether we call it a petition or not, was over 550 names of individuals who had concerns. And if it was worded a little bit differently, it would have met the requirements. To me, it still comes down to, what do we do as a council when we make a decision that isn't supported by the community? And that's why I think that it's important that we do bring this back. Scheduling wise, what does a consultation take? 3 months, 4 months? And from a funding standpoint, like I said, MSI it's a provincial allowance. Yes, it's the last year of MSI. So let's expedite a project for the next year and let's pay for it with this year's MSI. The money is not the issue. So I hope that we go back to it. I do think that it's important from a transparency perspective that we do this as a recorded vote as well. But I think that we need to be taking it back and doing it right, even if it delays it by a couple months.
And whose opinion is it that we didn't do it right? Like, I'm sorry, but I've been doing this for 5 years already. And we've done the public consultations. I've talked to people. I've done all this stuff. Everything we do has a cost attached to it. So if they didn't come out or you said that we weren't listening to the ratepayers. Well, as far as I'm concerned, the ratepayers who came out and participated in all the studies and all the stuff that we've done to do this, that's the opinion of the public, I think.
Hey, I'll have everybody removed out of here. You had your time to speak. You can sit and listen, otherwise you're leaving. Robin.
Just to respond, I think my comment wasn't intended to say that things were done wrong. I think that in hindsight, we can identify areas where there was a change of scope, in my opinion, at a certain point where maybe it took on a bit of a more municipal service building approach versus just a library improvement approach. But that's easy to look back. I think what you're maybe referring to, Michelle, is more my comment on sometimes we make a decision and it's the best decision that we can. It doesn't necessarily come down to whether it's right or wrong. To me, the way I view my role as a representative is our jobs our decisions are always subject to critique by the general public. And so
if we make, and I think that it can be seen that with the number of decisions that we've made where we haven't had challenges, that we have a fairly good track record of making decisions that are acceptable to the public. To me, when something is made and we have as much response as we have, it doesn't necessarily come down to it being a mistake as much as it does to, let's just be willing to listen a little bit more. And I know that for those who have been involved intimately in this, you know, you've had your conversations with everybody. This is, from my perspective, is when we have the opportunity to make this a win for everybody, why wouldn't we take that extra little step, even if it does require a little bit more effort?
I have Richard and then Shane.
Cypress County has a Cypress County Library Board that have representatives on there. There's 2 counselors and then there's another 5 voting members. So we have a couple from out in the Suffield area, and then we have 3 from Irvine. Council expects that board to bring back recommendations and also tell council what is the best thing to be happening down in both areas. So we've listened to that, I mean, I sit on both, but we've listened to that board, we've listened to the people, and then Irvine has their own library board, okay? So there's 2 library boards that report, that talk to each other, and to say the lack of communication, I just struggle with that, because where were the people when we first wanted to build this library? Where were the people sitting in this gallery saying, yeah, we agree, that thing's no good, it's old, it's 100 years old? Where were those people, right? So the library board took this project on, both library boards took this project on by themselves. There was nobody standing there and pushing them or helping them or coming to council and saying, you guys need to spend this money and you need to do this, right? So could there have been more communication? Yes. There's always a way of communicating more, but how? What's the answer for communication? We work, council and administration is always looking for ways of communicating, but there's no way that one solution covers everybody. Some people here get the papers, some people don't. Some people go on Facebook, some of us don't. So there's no answer there, right? But to come in at the end of the show after we've made a council motion that was 8-0, we had 1 councillor missing, but we all voted in favor of it based on what those 2 boards recommended, okay? And now, yes, I would expect, or I'm sure that most of you that are here are opposed to that location. But we have to still listen to the other people that do not want to be part of a vocal presentation. They do not want to have to deal with other people that are not happy with their same recommendations or feelings or whatever. So we got to balance both out. And we're hearing as much positive as we are negative, okay?
Enough. There is no talking today.
Then go. Oh, now we go.
Excuse me?
Yeah, now we're done.
Yes, with this more consultation, it just about would have to be private, have to be mail out votes, where you want it, maybe even what community. Because I've had a lot of people come up to me and say, I wish I would have never signed that petition because I didn't know both sides, and I actually felt pressured into signing it, and they regret signing it. So if we want to do more consultation, do we do it by secret ballot? Or, I mean, how much, or do we do it out in the open? But I know some people feel uncomfortable out in the open with it right now.
I'd like to reiterate a little bit on that too, because in my area too, I've heard that people felt pressured into signing that. And I know that they had phoned in afterwards, after they signed, to take their names off of it, because they didn't agree with it.
show the lean-to.
What kind of lean-to?
The cover.
The cover,
Other side.
on the other side, oh, there it is, yes.
Oh, yeah,
I mean, showing the playground is still in there. Showing that covered patio with some tables or benches under there for people to sit and eat their lunches or whatever. Show with trees. A park, it's a playground. When you go with a park should be, I feel, big enough that you can play a game of football, soccer, whatever on a big grass area. That, with the playground and all that in there, it's small. So we're not really damaging, I mean, I think in my mind, we're improving the park the way it is, because right now, part where that building is sitting is empty space anyways. And I'm really fine with it going there. I mean, like I said, I talked to lots of people. Would they let their kid ride a bike over to that side of town at night or when it's dark? And they said no.
Okay. Well, I'm, like everybody else, I get kind of confused sometimes over this, but having another public I was going to say confrontation. It's, another public meeting is not going to do us any good, because this is the second thing in chambers that we've had that the tempers and the attitude is not good for either side. So it's not going to work with some people. Some people it will work with, and some you just can't. I don't care how much you try, it just doesn't work. This petition, you had 550 names on it. Well, I understand all the sections why it doesn't qualify, and maybe the wording wasn't correct. But according to my math, don't you need over 760 names for a legal petition? It's 10%, does it not? I think. Okay, well, so
There's letters into the county that she didn't even go into all that because the government said that, or the lawyers said it.
don't,
Doesn't
yeah. And I'll be honest, I got 3 calls from people who thought they were bullied by one person to sign. So, but I just think that not everybody agrees with what we do. And as representatives, we represent the entire county, not just the town of Irvin. And not just, I don't know, I'm going to say maybe 100 people at the utmost that are dead against this, and maybe 30 or 40 that show up. And you're right, it's been going on for 5 years. Not that I had anything to do with the first 4, but this last year I have, and I've agreed with everything. And I understand the studies that were all done, and my understanding is from these experts, it costs 30 grand that I think, that did the study. And there were other sites mentioned. And this is a site they picked. Now, either you go with the experts and the people that know what they're doing, or you go with, because I don't want to bother a park. That doesn't make sense to me. I'm sorry, but I just think we should go with what the board and the library boards have done. And I think they've done all good work. Keith?
I've struggled a little bit with this decision. I've listened to the people that called me, and I heard them out. I didn't try to water down their arguments, but the three concerns that came to my mind as I looked at the site, as I considered the project, and I'm one of these guys that, man, I come in at the very, very last minute because I did not concern myself with it up until a month ago. I mean, even through the public consultation this spring, I just felt everything was being done, and again, I was trying to find where I fit in here. So, but anyway, there's three things that were of concern to me. Number one was flooding, and I found out that that building actually didn't flood, so that kind of eliminates the problem I had there. I looked at the playground, and we took a playground out of Jenner because nobody used it. I think if we have an opportunity to improve what we have, I think that merits some serious consideration. The big thing that I heard was the trees and the use of the park. Now, trees are important in this country, we all know that, and we don't take out trees unnecessarily. Most trees grow because they're planted, especially where I live. My dad planted 3 miles of carriganas when I was 5, 6, 7 years old, and that was our summer job, to keep those trees hoed. So nobody takes those trees without some serious consideration. But I do understand that trees, like everything else, have a lifespan. I think we have gone to the effort to conserve what we could, and in the event that a tree is dead or dying, we should probably consider limiting our liability on that area. From what I understand, on this project, we're trying to conserve what we can. I think when you're faced with a situation where it's beyond our control, then we have to look at ways of seeing a bright side of the story. And I think I don't detect an ability to see other than my side, judging from what I've seen. Having gone through TB and having my entire cow herd taken away from me beyond my control, left me with a very big feeling of vulnerability and fear and anger and all the typical emotions that go along with the grieving process. However, I found through the process that if I found something to be thankful for, it changed my perspective. And as I practiced that on a daily, sometimes hourly experience, I was able to limit and rechannel the negative effects of TB into very positive outcomes. It would be my wish that we could do the same here. I wish there was a way that I could go out there and convince those people that the world isn't ending, their park isn't ending, and that if we could together communicate, I think we could come up with something that's really, really positive for the town and for them. I don't think that's possible today. The grieving process is an ongoing one. It's something that I realize that most of us go through on a daily basis, where we come across something in our daily life that we are losing, and we go through all these steps. We don't even think about them. In this case, it's more pronounced, and I'm really sad that we just had this display. It's very disturbing to me because I think there's another way. I think there's another way out of this. And again, I'm feeling kind of helpless that I can't help bring a solution. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think honestly, as I looked at the project and as I learned about it and I took the time to ask some questions, I think it's a good project. And I think it would be good for them. If I can't convince them otherwise, then I guess we'll have to proceed otherwise. I'd like to think it's a good project and we could work together, but the challenge is ahead of us.
Yeah, go ahead, Blaine.
Well, my motion still stands. I do think I agree with Keith in some respects that we're in kind of a pretty sticky situation on how do we please everyone. I'm just concerned about it. So, yeah, I guess with that, my motion still stands.
You have something?
So when the library board met on Thursday night, we talked about the fact that some of these people would like to see a different location. Irvin's not that big. Like, there's not a lot of places that we can just go toss it around in there anywhere. These people asked us to consider the rec center. We took the past history of when the library was there, and it didn't work. And then where else is there besides downtown? Everything else is residential. We can't put a library in a residential area. So it's not as if the library board didn't toss this around. And yeah, I mean, this goes back to the time when Darcy was on that board and him and I and Joan drove around. So like there's not a lot of choices. We worked on that. We did that, so.
Okay, Michelle.
I agree. Like, I don't know. I know of 5 locations in Irvin that it could have possibly went at. And I thought and put a lot of time and effort into which one of those would be the best. And the only one I can come up with that will work, it's the best for the ratepayers and for the people who live there is where we want it, in the park. Or where I want it. I shouldn't say we, me.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor. Of course, Robin. Recorded vote. I can't even remember what the motion said anymore.
Public consultation.
Oh, that's what it was.
Yeah, Blaine asked for further public consultation on the location of the library.
Okay. Any other questions on it or comments? Vote.
Darn, that looks good to me.
It's a vote.
Did it show?
Did everybody vote? It's lost. They should put them all in one group so I can. All right. That's lost to go forward, so we still need direction on what to do, or are you just going forward with it? No, you need direction still.
Yeah, because the previous motion was to postpone, and so the brakes are on until you give me direction on to take the brakes off and put the gas on.
Richard?
My motion will be to proceed, but first of all, I got a little bit of a thing I wrote out here. And I'll be speaking as a counselor and as the vice chair of the Cypress County Library Board. We had a meeting on Thursday night, and we spent a couple hours throwing this around, talked location for a long time. And I'm going to start out by what I had said to the public, because it is a big challenge to try and find a way of communicating that reaches everybody. Because does the newspaper do it? Does Facebook do it? Everybody's different. So it's not as if we didn't try and communicate. And when you're doing something in a hamlet, there's a existing library there now. Who do you work with? You work with the library boards, our board, and the one that's out there, and those people. So, I mean, there's always more ways. That's a struggle. So, here's my little spiel. One of our goals as counselors is to make Cypress County a great place to live. One part of these goals is to listen to our ratepayers. But if all we do is listen, then being a counselor is pretty easy. This is not a do-nothing council. And this means it brings changes, and changes don't always come easy to people. Council is not trying to introduce something new to Irvin. They're trying to make something better. That something was a new building to promote Main Street Irvin. The Cypress County Library Board members work with the Irvin Library Board members, plus ratepayers, plus numerous Irvin library users. The board supports the idea of a new building on Main Street. The Cypress County Library Board is in favor of utilizing the county-owned land that is recognized as the Woodward Memorial Park. The board has taken into consideration the Woodward's family's presentation, which spoke of not having opposition to a new community building, a barrier-free playground, and an upgraded park. And the board also recognizes the community members that have supported the current park and recognizes their passion for keeping things as is. But the Cypress County Library Board and the Irvin Library Board wants to move forward with this project. That's it.
Any other comments?
I think we've had our discussion.
I think we got it.
I think you might.
My motion is to move forward.
Have a motion on the floor.
So can we crystal clear? The motion is for administration to proceed with the project as previously approved.
That's correct.
Better make it recorded too, just so it matches.
Whatever, ask for it. Push your button and ask for it.
I can. Recorded vote, please.
We're all good? Vote. It's carried. Against was Blaine, Dustin, and Robin. All right, 10.2, Terrell. Oh, no. Richard.
No, 10.2, Cabin Lake.
Yeah,
Yeah, it says you.
that's you.
Oh.
Bring it forward.
I got the floor again. All right. So, I was one of the people that had voted no against spending the $40,000 to do the study that would perhaps send water to Cabin Lake and maybe help what we thought at the time was about 7 people that were going to be irrigating out of Cabin Lake. I was invited to a meeting of the, I got to say this right, Cabin Lake Revitalization Committee. As a guest, I joined Gary Franz, who's the past chair of SMERD, and Mike Smirchuk was there, and he's the operations manager for SMERD. He's operates out of Wyland. The conversation showed me that there's more than 7 people that are going to be benefiting from this program. I didn't see the partnerships that could be created at this time. With SMERD, we could be part of it, plus the numerous farmers that also could partake of it. Gary Franz said that the land that's south of Dunmore is prime potato growing country. That the soil is perfect for that, and that something like that could lead to more irrigation, which would lead into some value-added processing plants. And that's the direction that we want to go. I mean, irrigated land is, we're not really bringing any income in on land, but if we could do some value-added processing plants, that's where the money will be. So I'm going to make the motion that we go ahead and allot that $40,000 for the study, because I think that there's now more to it than when we originally had the conversation.
Dustin?
I'm happy you've seen the light, Richard. Yeah, sorry, I had to throw my little bit of a dig in there, but yeah, sorry. So yeah, I agree with Richard. Back when this first came up, I wish I would have had some of those facts to take and bring to the table, but it was kind of what I was trying to allude to, that I think there was a lot more than just putting water into Cabin Lake in this project. SMERD doesn't necessarily go out and look for projects of expansion in this kind of regard, but they're more of a responsive agency where we did this, or we take and do a project like this, and whether we partner with them or turn it over to them or whatever the case may be, bring projects like this forward, and it could allude to something great. So I'm all for it like I was before, and thank you for bringing it back.
Blaine?
Yeah, I also really glad you brought this back, Richard. In my inadequacies, the last time voted against it.
Saw the light?
I saw the light, and I think it's a very beneficial program for the ratepayers, and with maybe possibly some help from our irrigation partners, could be very valuable to the county.
Anybody?
He's done a good job so far.
Go ahead, Shane.
I am against this. I really am.
Why not?
Cut him off.
Okay, number one. Why, when I voted, I brought forward a resolution, so we do a water out my way, a survey for water for people's houses, even if it's raw water. We voted 8-1 against. Now we're talking about irrigation, where you're saying, oh, it's going to bring economic development. There's no guarantee. Why don't them landowners that are affected pay it themselves? Because their land is going to go from 400,000 to 2.5 million or more worth value with potatoes. So why, or specialty crops? That's why irrigation land is even going for 3.3 million now. So the value of their land is going up. We talk always about cost recovery. How are we going to recover our $40,000? We're not. Oh, my way, we could have made, with raw water, more acreages, because you always complain about how much acreage is paying taxes. Farmland, you always say don't pay much in taxes. So where are we going to get our 40,000 back? There is in Bow Island and other areas, farmer-owned pipes, big pipes, that they pay for themselves to get irrigation. They pay for it themselves. So if there's 10 people that are involved, or 15, at 40,000, That's only about $3,000 each to put up of their own money, because the value of their land will be going up if it goes through. I don't see why the rest of the county taxpayers should fund it.
Robin?
Shane, I'm not too sure if you're against it or if you just want somebody to vote for a motion that would see a same study done in your area. And this is what I kind of texted you about earlier this week. Water, one of the things that sucks about ward-based and regionalizing or having sections of a county that get broken up is it always feels like whenever there's something going on that it negatively influences somebody else. Water in this area is something that we need to aggressively go after. I know that when that conversation came up that you're referring to, I don't even remember all the context behind it, but I think it had to do with water to Suffield and that basin and how that would work. And I think that in the last couple of years, we've recognized that potable water is something that's not going to be seen. If we can find a business case for getting water throughout, it's not getting cheaper to put water in. You know, we need to aggressively be looking at ways to increase the yield, because we can't increase the field, if I can use that cliche, right? We need to find ways to make our ag land more valuable, to make our whether it's the acreages or if we have, it's hard to run raw water lines just for houses, but if we can run them for agricultural purposes and have systems that come off of that, I can see the value of it. And so I don't know whether we can look at something coming south from Newell or coming off of Red Cliff, or I don't know what that looks like, but you know, I'd be happy to have a coffee with you. And if we can find somebody that can push something, like municipalities have to be involved to a certain degree to access some of the funding. And it doesn't necessarily mean that we run everything, but with this situation, I think the 40 grand provides us with the positives and negatives for that region that it covers. And I'll tell you right now, if you came forward with something like that for your area, I'd be the first to move it. So we need to find opportunities like this. If we can find wins in every corner of the county that can provide value for the region economically and for our ratepayers, I think that it's of value.
Dustin?
I think this project's a little bit of a different being all by itself as well, considering we're talking about a recreational site, essentially Cabin Lake, that we take and manage and collect money off of from our campsite, and we're really trying to promote that recreation within the municipality. So it services that, it brings that back into being a viable lake, per se, or pond, or whatever you want to call it, and as well as it gains some infrastructure along the way. Being with the government grant, both federally and provincially, that are out there right now for irrigation enhancement and water enhancement in that regard for ag purposes, there's a lot more of them out there than there is for, say, water for life. It would be how I would put it as the most recent one. I agree with what Robin said. You know, I'm not against looking at other projects. You know, if someone brings something forward and it's viable and we've got a study to do on it, we've done, I can't even count how many we've done in the 10 years I've been here. It's been a ridiculous amount. We spent millions and millions and millions of dollars doing studies on things. Some of them work out, some of them don't, some of them we do, some of them we shelf. And this could be in the same regard. It may come back and it may be unaffordable. We don't know that until we see it. And we don't know if it'll be it may be unaffordable to the municipality, but is it going to be unaffordable to SMERT? Is it going to be unaffordable to, or is it going to be an adequate project that it's going to provide enough of a growth within the municipality that it's going to be applicable for those federal and provincial grants? We have to see what the study brings to do it, so I'm fully in favor of it.
So I'm just going to ask for clarification here on something. So my understanding is you want this 40 grand to go ahead with the study, and once this 40 grand's put in, we're no longer part of it. We're not looking for money to support this. The project's going to take care of itself. The SMERD will be involved, or the farmers will be involved, but Cypress County won't be involved. Is that not the ask today?
I think the only way we would get involved down the road is the fact that we do have ratepayers that are to the south of where all those acreages are, that pay all those high taxes. And if I would say right now, our only contribution is the $40,000 get things rolling and get that study done, and then the farmers can partner with SMERD to make more things happen.
Okay, the reason why I asked for that clarification, I'm just gonna say this because of what Shane said. What he asked for a year ago was gonna cost us $16 million after the fact to go further, and that's basically why we squashed that, because we weren't spending that kind of money. And your ask today is just for the 40,000, but you're not looking for us to get involved after the fact. Okay. Lloyd and then Robin and then Lloyd.
It's very seldom I disagree with Shane, but I agree with Robin and Dustin that we should proceed with this. And I think you're right, we should just do the 40,000 for the study. And I'm not sure what the future will bring, because we may end up changing our minds again. Richard may be coming back again with a new plan. You know, he's convinced us now, so all I'm saying is I'm for the 40,000 and doing the study.
Robin and then Dustin.
Yeah, I think that we can take this incrementally. Step one is we're committing to the 40,000. I think that to say that we would be involved or not be involved at this point would actually be redundant, because we don't know to what level we would want to be involved. If there was opportunity for the county to provide water to the hamlet of Dunmore that was raw water, I'd probably argue that we would want to be involved. So I think that you go into this with an open mind and with a short-term commitment to that viability study, and then you see what opportunity comes from that, and then from there you look at who are your stakeholders, who are your partners, and then you proceed from there.
Thank you for stealing my thunder. But that was literally what I was going to say. It's an unfair assessment to take and to judge before we actually see what the results are, because we don't know where it'll be applicable to us after.
Yeah, and I would not want that in my motion, that will never proceed.
No, it's just how you're presenting today.
So, Mr. Chairman, what I was going to recommend is the motion that came forth in November.
Okay. That's the one we turned down, now you're bringing it back. Okay. So we can overturn that even though it hasn't been 6 months? Oh, I guess we're the ones, who brought it forward? Or who made,
Administration brought this forward.
who made the motion on it? Just hold on.
You brought new information to the table as well.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
I believe I made this original motion.
Did you?
He's welcome to stay. Tell him to stay. He can come today and tomorrow.
Yeah, come 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know how it works.
It would be two separate motions.
Do you know who made?
Only because it's on the agenda, so I don't.
Yeah, it's here already, so it's already been brought.
It's already been brought forward. Okay, hold on with the, you made the motion?
Pretty sure I made this motion.
Who made the motion today to talk about this? Richard. Okay. And that's what you're making for your motion today?
The scope of the work, yeah, that's the one.
Did he? Okay, so it's no problem then, he did it last time, so he can redo it now, even though it's no problem because it's on here, but. So Richard's bringing that back and bringing it forward now.
Yep.
Is that cool?
Yep.
From a procedure standpoint, point of procedure, he would just need to make a motion to reconsider. The motion to reconsider would be approved, and then we can reconsider it by him moving his motion now. That would cover off parliamentary process anyway, so.
Yeah, procedurally, I would do the motion to reconsider, especially because it was Richard's motion at the last, in November 22nd. That's fine.
Motion to reconsider.
Yep. So I have a motion to reconsider from Richard. Vote. Yep. Not enough.
There's room in there for a cheeseburger at Dairy Queen.
Plus or minus 30%.
Shane, are you making that motion or am I?
We're not in camera. Oh, boy.
We spend so much money on studies that we never use. What the hell's the difference?
Chairman, we'll have to do it by show of hands.
I had too many things open.
We broke the voter thing. In favor. A 28-minute break, please.
Please make sure you shut your microphone.
We have stress balls and we could huck at each other.
Any questions?
At least that brings them to the table, and if they need some help, we'll be there, but it makes them sit up and take notice, and if they're gonna walk away from it, then we can just put a little bit more stuff down at Sandy Point.
Keith?
It's my understanding that the playground equipment was a joint venture or a tri-venture. Is that right? And so who technically actually owns that? Who's actually responsible for that playground equipment?
We are.
Does it still come back to us?
So we do the inspections on it.
Yeah.
We do the inspections. The acquisition of the equipment, I don't know exactly what the percentages were, but Cypress County put money into the acquisition of the equipment.
So that makes us responsible. So does that make us
The land
responsible to
we
take it out? Or like, what I'm trying to clarify is who's actually responsible, or is it a joint thing about the ownership of it? I know it's on county land.
I don't think that the county would be interested in the equipment.
No.
The existing equipment's there. So if they would like the equipment, they need to take it off by the 15th of March. So we can start progressing with the project. Does that make sense?
And if they don't?
Then we'll take it out for them.
Can I ask a question through the chair to Kim? When do you want to start digging? First, or
So the-
April? April?
So the schedule so far is the 1st of April was on the RFP.
Can I encourage a friendly amendment to your motion? Sure. Could I suggest that we work with the Lions Club to help them remove their playground equipment by the 15th? And relocate it? I think that.
Not relocate.
Well, not relocate it to wherever it's going, not reinstall it, just move it somewhere. Can we put it as that instead and show at least we're going to?
We've offered that before, and that would not be a problem to put that in the motion. We've offered that before.
It sounds a whole heck of a lot better to me that way.
Yeah, so either they could, if they need the assistance of Cypress County, that's for sure available to remove it out of there, or they can do it themselves, like without us, our assistance.
Okay.
Make it sound like, good.
Kim?
Maybe we should include that motion that we share with them the inspection, because they've never, ever seen a copy of the inspection, so they don't know what's required for that equipment.
Because it's ours, that's why. So, yeah, we can totally give them that.
But if they're gonna move it somewhere else, then they should know if it's meets standards or whatever.
And that would be up to them to, all of that, we can provide that for them, for sure. So, yeah, part of the letters that we can provide, the inspection records, that we've been doing,
Should we extend it another week? Give them one more week, because then, because then there would be excavating equipment on the site. But again, the way that those swings come down is they take a grinder, and I tried to tell Dennis about that the one day, that they don't pull the posts and the concrete out. They take a grinder and they cut off at ground level, and then they take that swing assembly and they lay out a metal grid on the ground, and then they weld to that. No more drilling holes, and that's exactly what they did at Dunmore here. So they need to get a hold of Blue Imp if they want to. If not, that's probably the way we'll salvage it, right? Because then it could be moved to another park. But let me look at my calendar here. I can see.
Second, yeah, that's when we were at Army.
So just make it April 1st.
Okay. They'll love that, April Fool's Day. Okay.
How about can we do it the 31st of March, just a Friday?
Yeah, that's better. Okay, I'm good with that amendment or change.
Yeah, so the letter will say that, so we respectfully request that the playground equipment that's there is removed, and if they need any assistance, me and my team would be more than willing to assist them in that matter.
Yeah, and then you could direct them to Blue Imp for the swing set for sure, right?
Yeah, and
Because the
we'll
rest can be lifted out, but that definitely is the way they do it.
Yeah, and we'll provide and then also in the letter too, we'll provide a copy of the inspection records of the equipment. So yeah, and also to just accept his information, the update in regards to the Hilda fire legal update, and then also accept the update for the AUC substation City of Medicine Hat. So there's those three motions.